Audio check. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for being here on this beautiful Thursday. Spec, Street, Broken Quest. Thank you for being the early birds. Welcome in. Great to see you. It is Monkey Day. Yes, I know. And I'm going to try my hardest not to feel the FOMO. As well as avoid as much content as I possibly can. Let's get swapped over and let's get chatty, shall we? Let's go right over here. Pause the music for a sec so we can hear the fanfare. Welcome in, everybody. How we doing? It's Thursday, which means girl game. Oh, you saw Superman Street. Very nice. I've heard it's very good, and I want to see it. I'm very curious. I want there to be good DC films, but I'm not a huge fan of the ones that they've made so far. And I hear that this one is quite different, which has been a tragedy for the Zack Snyder fans, but sounds intriguing to me. I'm very curious what's in store. I do also have a somewhat recently developed appreciation just for Superman as a character in general. As a kid, as a teenager, and even as like a young adult, I thought Superman was a really boring concept. You know, like I knew the very, very bare minimum of Superman's origin story and the nature of his powers, but the human element of the story was definitely lost on me for a long time. Like the things that made it interesting. Whereas as a kid, you're more looking at the superhero. It's like, oh, well, this superhero does this, and they're in this kind of a situation, and that's why it's interesting. So if you take that same extrapolation and look at Superman, it's like, oh, well, he's invincible except for this one thing. And somehow people have that thing sometimes. Like, that very basic summation of it as a kid and as a teen and even as a young adult was just like, I don't get it. Like, what? Like, people just like Superman because he's jacked, because he's strong, or because like he could like use his presence as Superman to like get the girl, but as like the real guy he can't get the girl. Like, I couldn't figure out why Superman was interesting. I get it now. I totally get it now. Also, I may or may not have watched the entirety of Smallville with the lady, like 3 years ago. Shout out. Glasses are a little dirty. Smallville is definitely peak 2000s TV. No doubt about that. Like every time like a licensed song would play, we'd be like, oh my goodness. But no, it's like non-ironically not that bad of a show. Like, all TV shows, in my opinion, are an acquired taste because like it's like inherently corny, no matter how serious the TV show is. Like, even if we're talking about like Peaky Blinders or like maybe not White Lotus, but like stuff like that that's like really high caliber TV drama, even if it's like direct to streaming and not actually on TV. But there's there's this veneer across the top of TV shows that is different than film, where it's like a slightly different style of acting and pacing and everything, and it's just a little bit inherently cheesy and cringe, even if it's like super deadly serious. Yeah, different style of writing, like there's all these like little minor differences that really add up. And it's very hard to put your finger on sometimes. Some people have a hard time with it. But it's a very real thing. And so you have to be able to get past that. And some people can't get past that. Just like some people can't get past like the anime barrier, or like a cartoon, like an animated show that's serious, but just the fact that it's animated, they associate it with like goofy cartoons, and they're like, I'm expecting this to be goofy, but it's serious, but because it's a cartoon, I can't take it seriously. There's all these different kinds of barriers. And there's definitely a TV barrier if you're only used to like film. And there's a video game barrier as well. And it definitely has that. You're okay with Superman on the whole, but you love this Superman. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I don't know when I will see it. It's very likely that I probably won't see it until it hits HBO. The lady and I have been jonesing for a movie-going experience, but we are not about to take the 8-month-old to the theater. We don't want to do that. So, and we can like very comfortably watch movies at home. We can make amazing popcorn. So, really all that's missing is the expensive tickets. So we'll just have to wait until we get a legit movie-going experience sometime in the near future. Yo, what's up, Draconics? DK Bonanza looks great. It does look great. Fair warning to everybody about DK Bonanza. As you know, I like to stay really insulated about games before I play them. But usually with stuff like Mario or something like Donkey Kong that's just like an adventure platformer game that's not necessarily like a narrative game, even to the degree that something like Zelda would be, I am making a special carve out for DK Bonanza, where I feel like there are a lot of surprises in that game for like longtime fans of Nintendo and like the different eras of the Donkey Kong franchise, especially knowing that it's the Mario Odyssey team. So, before it happens, this is not an accusation, this is a warning to all. Please don't tell me anything about Donkey Kong Bonanza. Even if it's like, Donkey Kong's fist turns really big when he does a punch. Like, even the most minute detail, please do not tell me. I'm going to be avoiding absolutely everything that I can. I'm not going to be watching any streams of it. Even if it's my bestest Twitch friends, I will not be watching any streams. I will be avoiding YouTube thumbnails. I don't really go on social media, so I don't really have to worry about that, other than Discord and Twitch. So I won't have to walk through those minefields. That being said, if anyone would like to buy Donkey Kong Bonanza for me, feel free. I will not be getting it. I don't know when I'll be getting the game, is the short answer. I really don't know. I have a very limited amount of money that I can spend every month because I don't work. And there are a lot of things in the pecking order ahead of video games. So there being a month where I buy a video game is pretty low % chance, at least for the foreseeable future. It could change in the next couple of months as some other things get worked out and move around. But for now, buying video games is like pretty much off the table, which is why I opened up the Throne wish list. So if you want to help crowdfund a game, or if you just want to buy one outright, that's all there for you. And I guess I will say, if somebody did buy DK Bonanza for me, again, absolutely no obligation whatsoever. Please be responsible with your money. But if somebody did buy DK Bonanza for me, I would stream it. Not necessarily like the whole game to completion. But I would do like a couple of streams at the very least. Even if that's like 2 months from now, and it's not like new anymore. Welcome in, Smashington. How are you? Thank you for the heya. What do I do at home for popcorn? So we actually have an oral tradition popcorn method spec that we got from my dad, who I believe learned it from his dad. And this is nothing, there's nothing really like proprietary about it. There's not like a secret really, but we make it on the stovetop. So like a big pan, you put a really small amount of oil in it. You heat it up, and there's like, there's a specific technique to like when to put the kernels in and like all that kind of thing. And then just melt some butter in the microwave, salt, get the ratios right, boom. And sometimes we buy different kinds of kernels, but it's usually just like the most basic white kernel, large kernel popcorn. But it's so good. It's phenomenal. And the seeds last for a really long time in the pantry. Your high school cis guy pals bought you a ticket and snacks. Nice. To Superman, right, Street? That's what you mean? That sounds great. Oh, kettle corn. Interesting. Now, see, I know kettle corn as being slightly sweet, but I know that the name originates from it being cooked in a copper kettle. So, where does the tradition of the sweetness come from? Obviously, the sweetness isn't inherently like it's not placed on the popcorn due to the copper kettle it's cooked in. That's just a separate cooking method. But there's this association that kettle corn is like slightly sweet, which I don't like. But I would eat like salty popcorn made in a kettle to see how it, was different. Because we have kettle cooked chips versus, baked versus the traditional method. So there's got to be some kind of difference, right? But I don't like the slight sweetness of kettle corn. Now I'll eat like salty popcorn that's got like a chocolate drizzle on it. I'll mix the salty and the sweet together. So maybe that seems really weird, but I'll do cheesy popcorn. Not a huge fan of caramel corn. If the ratio is just right, I can enjoy it, but it's usually too sweet, too sticky. So, and the weird thing about the caramel corn is like, I wouldn't want it mixed with anything else. Like I could mix chocolate popcorn with regular popcorn and enjoy it. Like a zebra popcorn, they call that sometimes. Or I could mix like cheddar corn with regular popcorn, and that's fine. But caramel corn, like if it's mixed in with regular popcorn, don't like that. I wouldn't want it with the chocolate popcorn because that's too sweet. And I certainly wouldn't want to do the like Chicago mix thing. I think that's absolutely unhinged. To mix caramel and cheese together. Sorry, I've tried it. I think it's super weird. Yeah, crunchy snack is like cocaine. Can be seasoned a number of ways. Yeah, kettle corn is your favorite. I mean, no shade. I'm not. I don't think kettle corn is unhinged. It's like very close to something that I like. Corn is naturally a little bit sweet, Draconics, yes. So in my view, adding the salt to the popcorn is like the balancing, right? It's not salty on salty. It's already like an inherently salty and sweet. So if you sweeten the popcorn, it's kind of like you're taking something that's already sweet and sweetening it. Although popcorn isn't corn, which is another weird aspect of it. Like the sweet flavor that's inherent to corn isn't really involved in what makes popcorn. It's really weird. Popcorn is weird. Popcorn is hard to explain. It's kind of a phenomenon. It's like anesthesia. We don't really know how it works. No, we actually probably know a lot more about how popcorn works than anesthesia. But yeah, they call the mix of caramel corn and cheddar popcorn Chicago mix spec. It's very popular in Costco culture and the Midwest, which, you know, there's a lot of overlap in that Venn diagram as well. Yeah, people go, there's a Chicago mix popcorn that they sell at Costco, and anybody that shops at Costco goes crazy for that stuff. I think it's gross. I don't like it. Like if you dump the bag out and like separated them, I would eat them. Like the caramel corn that is in that Chicago mix is pretty good. I actually like that caramel corn quite a bit because it's not too sweet and it's not sticky. It's actually a really good caramel corn, but I don't want to eat it at the same time as cheddar popcorn. That's absolutely unhinged. What an inflection point in discovery. You like the Chicago Mixture Conics? I mean, that's fine. I stand by my opinion that it's unhinged. It's like people who like other like really weird combinations, you know? Like you just have to wonder, like, well, I guess the Chicago Mix one isn't really that weird. You can very easily imagine how somebody might have stumbled upon it. But, you know, some like things like peanut butter and bacon or peanut butter and pickle, you know, that are really just wild. And it's like, okay, how did this happen? You know, who was just like, I'm feeling nuts today, or I'm feeling pregnant today. You know, like what was it? The Mr. Robot popcorn combo. Butter popcorn. See, butter popcorn with M&Ms is a classic. It's very good. I used to live with a guy, shout out Kyle, longtime friend of the Backlog boys as well. We played Super Mario RPG with him back in the day, and he's featured in one of our famous Instagram videos. Well, not famous in like an internet sense, but like famous amongst us. Huge fan of Mr. Robot, by the way, too. I love that show. It's a really good show. But he literally will not eat popcorn unless it has M&Ms in it. He like grew up with it, and it's like one of his favorite snacks. He has to have it when he goes to the movies. He will not eat M&Ms or popcorn alone. They have to be together. That's how much he likes that snack. Butter popcorn with snow caps. See, I am a massive snow cap enjoyer. Also, those two things are like intended, right? Like the little boxes that you used to get at the movie theater. I guess that's kind of still a thing that you can do, but I feel like people don't do it. They just bring their own candy in their bag. But like, I think that was like an intended thing. Is like, okay, you get your popcorn and you get your candy, and maybe if you're wild, you just dump your candy into the popcorn. Because there's like a lot of those combinations are like, they go way back. I would eat snow caps with popcorn, but I think I would enjoy them more separately. Like, I think I would rather just put regular chocolate chips in the popcorn than like the little nonpareils. Because the texture is just so different. I guess if like the snow caps started to like melt a little bit because the popcorn was hot enough, that could be fun. But I don't need the sprinkles for my enjoyment factor in there. I love snow caps though. I actually have a huge bag of these like really big nonpareils. They're like chocolate buttons with the white sprinkle tops on them, so they're like giant snow caps. And I'll just eat those by the handful. I love snow caps. Every time we would go to the movie rental store, they'd have the like little cash wrap impulse rack that had all the boxed candy on it to make you feel like you're at the movie theater, you know, you're going to the movies kind of thing. And of course, when you're a child and the top of the like counter is like above your head, you can't see anything that the adults are looking at, and all you can see is this candy. And I always wanted the snow caps. Every once in a while I'd ask for something else, but every time I was like, can we get snow caps? And the answer was usually no, because my parents were very frugal and very, not strict, but they were very, they had a strangely strong self-awareness of like, he can't always be told yes, or like he can't always get what he asks for, because it will set like a bad precedent. And I don't know if that's what their conscience was actually saying to them in those moments. But that was a thing with both of them. It was one of the few things that my parents had in common, actually. My dad definitely had it more than my mom. But they definitely had like my mom was the type of person that wanted to say yes to me every time, but she had to like check herself and be like, wait, he needs to know that I don't always say yes. I have to say no sometimes. And so she would just arbitrarily probably say no some of the time, you know. Bunch of Crunch. See, Bunch of Crunch was something that I would get in a box and just eat and enjoy, but I would never put that in popcorn. But I feel like that was definitely the intention, though. It's even like shaped like little popcorn kernels. I think that's what they wanted you to do. I don't think I would enjoy that combination. I also like Crunch, like I can't eat, like, I'm sorry, I know I sound like such an elitist prick when I say this, but I can't eat like regular like Nestle Hershey product chocolate anymore. It's so bad. It's like, it's so sweet. Like when I was working, there would be lots of times where like a random rogue bag of candy would show up, you know, for like an event or a party or a holiday or whatever. And so, you know, little fun-sized candy bars are floating around and landing on your desk or whatever. And like, those are the only times I've eaten like a Crunch bar or a Kit Kat in like the past several years or whatever. And every time I ate one, I was just like, like, and something about Crunch was especially egregious. I guess because it's just chocolate and the Rice Krispies, and the Rice Krispies are more of a texture than a flavor. So you're just tasting that like Nestle chocolate, and it's better than Hershey chocolate, but that's not saying much, right? And it's so sweet, and like and I also just don't like milk chocolate, so that's a problem for me too, because everything is milk chocolate in all the like basic American candies, and it makes my throat like itchy, burny kind of sensation. All milk chocolate does that to me, even if it's fancy. But the fancy stuff does it less, probably because there's less milk in it. I prefer the darker percentages because I think it tastes better. I like the bitter-sweet balance, but it also doesn't give me that like burn in my throat. And it's really weird too, because I don't have like a super strong dairy intolerance. I eat ice cream, I eat cheese, and those don't give me like the scratchy sensation in my throat. It would probably happen if I drank cow's milk though, which I never do. I don't really use cow milk for anything unless it's like a really specific recipe. Like if I'm making like a really fancy dessert or something that has like, you know, cream cheese or heavy whipping cream or sour cream, like obviously those are all made from cow's milk. And if those recipes also call for like milk in addition to those other things, I'll buy like a little thing of like whole milk and use it, you know, instead of using like my normal oat milk or whatever. But yeah, there's definitely something going on. There's definitely something going on with the milk that we put into things for drinking, like cow's milk. Like if I just have like a glass of milk versus like a dairy product like yogurt or cheese or ice cream or whatever, there's definitely a different reaction to the milk. Like there's all kinds of stuff that we do to the milk that goes into like a carton of milk or like a jug of milk. It makes the skin on my face really, really dry and like white. And I'll like, my skin will like crack and like break out and feel like super tight. It's pretty awful. And then, you know, like other dairy things. Maybe a scratchy throat, maybe mucusy, maybe a tummy, maybe a doo-doo. But, you know, that stuff I can expect from, like, ice cream as well. Or maybe even chocolate, depending on the product or whatever. But yeah, there's something about that. Not actually raw milk. I can't believe I have to make that specification now in this world. But just like milk by itself. I don't know what Whittaker's are, Spec. Is that like a grocery store chain in New Zealand? Or is Whittaker's like a brand of milk or chocolate? Mashed potatoes? Oh, you mean like a recipe that would use milk, Draconics? Yeah, mashed potatoes, it would depend. If I'm making something for like, you know, like the family Christmas or whatever, and I want to make it like really, really good and fancy, yeah, I'll probably get a little thing of, you know, whole milk, because I'm going to have to go to the store to get the sour cream and the heavy whipping cream as well, and all the cheese and whatever, so I might as well get the little thing of milk as well. But if I was just like making some mashed potatoes at home, I'd probably just use my like normal oat milk. And depending on the recipe, it might not even have milk in it. It might just have like sour cream or cream cheese or like just butter and heavy whipping cream, but no milk. It depends on the recipe. I have a couple of different mashed potato recipes that I use. Whittaker's is a New Zealand brand of chocolate. Oh, okay, cool. Not easy to buy here? Yeah, I would imagine not. I'd imagine there's not a lot of exports from New Zealand. I would imagine they do more importing than exporting. Okay, a few things to talk about before we get into the game. Real quick. You guys have done a great job voting in the polls this week. So I'm gonna keep these reminders brief as I can. But we have 2 polls running in the Discord right now. And one of them ends tomorrow. So let's talk about that one first. This one is the more important one. That is our Tuesday poll. We're polling right now for the new Tuesday game. We just started Star Fox 2 on Tuesday, and we're going to keep playing it for at least one more week, maybe more. Not sure how long we're going to play that game for, or how I'm going to consider completing it, per se. But we're going to go ahead and lock in the game that's going to follow it up. We have 3 different adventure platformer games for the PS4, and they're all actually pretty different from each other. So despite them being in the same umbrella genre and on the same console, they're quite a bit different from each other. And this is a classic first past the post poll. So whatever game is in the lead when we close it, well, actually it's not first past the post, I guess. It's the whoever's in the lead when the timer runs out. Whatever we call that. And currently, let's give y'all a little update here. Currently, I think Tearaway is ahead by 1 vote plus 1 more for the Discord Despot. Yes, that is correct. So, our 3 games on the poll are Tearaway, Rime, and Psychonauts 2. They're all very different from each other, both visually and mechanically. I posted trailers. There's trailers linked in the poll, right next to the titles of the games. So if you're not familiar with them and you want to familiarize yourself, it's right there for you. Check them out. If you haven't voted, make sure you have voted by the end of the stream tomorrow, because at the end of the stream tomorrow, I will close the poll and we will announce what the new game's going to be. Right now, it looks like it's going to be Tearaway. So if you're excited for Tearaway, maybe you can just hold steady. Obviously, if you haven't voted, then make sure you go add another one in there to lock it up. But if you really want Rime, or if you really want Psychonauts 2, you got to make something happen. You can do some campaigning in the chat. People can change their votes. You know, lobbying is allowed in this election system for new games. So make sure you do that. The other poll that's running directly below that in the polls channel is for this week's tactical RPG matchup. which there's been a lovely amount of participation in, and I'm really happy to see it. The theme this week is like militant aesthetic, but from two different eras, if that makes sense. The theme this week is also just Fire Emblem, and the theme this week is also the lady and I have been watching Attack on Titan. Something about the aesthetic of Fire Emblem and the aesthetic of Valkyria Chronicles feel very similar to Attack on Titan to me. So yeah, anyways, Fire Emblem Awakening versus Valkyria Chronicles Remastered. The way that these polls work is we're trying to narrow down a list of 12 tactical RPGs to one, and that one winner is going to go on the next RPG poll after Final Fantasy X-2 is over. And we're always going to have a tactical RPG on the poll. I'm going to put these games in order of how they ranked in this bracket, and that's going to be the order that they get put on polls. So the winner of this poll is just going to keep going on a poll until it wins, or until I decide, you know what, I don't want to play tactical RPGs anymore, which I don't think is going to happen. And then if that game wins, the number one winner of this bracket, let's say that gets picked as the next RPG for the next Thursday, Friday series, because y'all are like, yeah, we want more tactical RPGs, right? So that number one winner will be the playthrough, and the next poll, the number two runner-up from the bracket would also be the next option. And it's just going to go down the list in the order of how these tactical RPGs rank on this poll. I'm pretty sure that's how I'm going to do it. So we're deciding a lot here. We're not going to like do this bracket again every time I play a game. I think that's kind of silly and a little too much. Now, these polls differ because they need to be conclusive rather than just if one game wins by one vote, that's the new game. That's how we do the normal game polls. But these ones, if a game is leading by one, I'm still giving myself the option to go with the other one if my heart is really there, right? Or if it's just leading by a few, or if it's tied or whatever. But if it's really, really conclusive and there's a big disparity, some kind of landslide in these polls, I'm going to set aside any personal feelings I have and take that as a definitive vote from the community that we're way more interested in this game, right? Now, currently, this is a first. This is the fourth week of our bracket, and all three that we've done so far have been very close and separated by just a few votes. This is the first one that appears to be a landslide, at least yet so far, in favor of Fire Emblem Awakening. So it looks right now like Fire Emblem Awakening will likely move on to round 2, and will have to face off against the 8-bit Switch remake of Fire Emblem 1. So it'll be Fire Emblem versus Fire Emblem in round 2. So that being said, if you're a big fan of Valkyria Chronicles, or you're really curious to see it, or you really want to see me play it for any particular reason, you've got some work to do. I will close this poll sometime this weekend. So if you're really, really campaigning for Valkyria Chronicles, you got to make something happen kind of in the next 2 days. So make sure you do that. Gobi's doing zoomies out there all by herself. Look at her go. The great Fire Emblem filtering. I mean, I only own 3 Fire Emblem games. So that made it pretty easy to narrow down my starting points. But I always thought that Awakening would be my entry point to the series, because I know it's kind of like a new style of Fire Emblem, and it's it's the style that all the like newer ones are in, that's more popular in the West. And then everything before that, or most of the ones before that, are kind of like the old school style. Why are you not going to the next song in the playlist? There we go. But now that I have this Fire Emblem 1 remake and just kind of like nostalgia for when Vaughn and I played Sacred Stones, and now that I have access to like the 3 Super Famicom Fire Emblems on the EverDrive, I kind of have the itch for like retro Fire Emblem too. There's like, and also like post tactics. I feel like I might jive with the older Fire Emblem more, but I've still never really played one. I couched for the entirety of Sacred Stones with Vaughn, but I didn't actually play it. I just followed the story and the characters and learned how the gameplay worked, and, you know, hung out with him and talked about goofy stuff the whole time, which, by the way, that's all on YouTube if you're interested. Classic Backlog Boys series. And then I played a little bit of Fire Emblem 7 on the GBA, and I had no idea what I was doing, and I got soft locked. And I think I could have more fun with that now. Let's say you beat 10-2 before the tactical tourney game has been chosen. Are we going to do a Friday poll without the choice? Great question, Draconics. If we finish 10-2 before this bracket is over, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Because I really want a tactical RPG to be on the next RPG poll. I've actually been wrestling with this because I like... Gobi, stop. No. I don't want to know how far I am in 10-2 beyond what I can just intuit from the game. But it has been a concern. I've been tempted many times. It's like, well, there's probably a pretty safe way I can figure out how far I am in the game without learning more than I want to know. But ultimately, every time I've been like, nope, can't do that. It's inevitable that I'm gonna learn something that I don't want to know. And even if I'm just knowing how far I am in the game and nothing else still kind of like takes a little bit of something away from me. So I don't want to do that. But just suffice it to say, I guess, it will depend on how much longer we have to go in the bracket. There is a world where some of the later matchups could be decided faster. Because this is our 4th week of the bracket, and then we still have... how many more matchups do we have to go? We still have 7 more matchups to decide. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to take me 7 more weeks, 14 more streams to finish 10-2. But it's going to depend on how many of these matchups are remaining. You know, if we make it through like all of round 2, then we could maybe work something out to do just like the semifinals and the final really fast. If we finish 10-2 like this week or next week, then obviously I'm going to have to punt and like figure something out. And I don't know what that would be yet. There's a possibility where I would just like play a random game on stream while we figure out the tactical RPG option for the next poll or something. But I haven't decided yet. It's definitely not going to be a new game plus of 10-2. I'm sorry if that's what y'all are hoping for. It's definitely not going to be that. And I mean, I guess I'll reserve the right to change my mind. There's a world where I get to the end of the game and I just am so sad that I'm not experiencing more of it and I want to have more of it. All right, I got to step away and use the restroom here really quick, and then we'll switch to the game after I get back. Also, Brack, welcome in. Thank you for complimenting my shirt. I designed it myself. If you would like one as well, ! Merch in the chat. There's so much great stuff on there. Check it out. Wow, amazing, wowie. And you're supporting the stream. Designs by me, designs by Lazy Luca. But yes, it's a cheeky joke. It's a cheeky pun on the Legalize It shirt that usually has the pot leaf, but instead it says Localize It, and it is a classic sprite of Lucas from Mother 3 doing a pose that is kind of shaped like a pot leaf. And we're asking Reggie to come back from the dead and give us an official translation of Mother 3 by wearing it. Okay, I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to go ahead and run the ad as well, even though we're a few minutes early. No time for a prediction, but here comes your first Smash match of the day. We'll start the game when we get back. Okay, sorry for double music. We are back. Yoshi wins, putting him at game point. Or match point, I should say. Still 4 more rounds to go, though. That win breaks the tie and moves Luigi down to 10th place. And Yoshi holding in 9th. Samus still holding on to 7th place, despite losing this matchup so far. Okay, and the on-screen score, there we go, we're all updated. Let's come back. Thank you for chatting with me and listening to me rant about stuff. The cool musical announcement I teased is imminent. I have been given the green light to publicize it, but there's a flyer in the works that might be ready really soon, so I'm gonna wait a few more days. Hopefully by next week, I'll be able to start sharing. Brack knows. Because he's in the band. That's a good song. It's a good melody. Okay. So, last week, we beat Chapter 3, and we have entered this phase of the game where things seem a little bit more serious. I can't think of a better way to explain it. We had this wild moment where after defeating one of the Aeons, I can't remember which one it was, but after all these like Aeons that we've defeated so far, there's been a big hole in the ground. And after we defeated one of them, something happened, and Yuna got like pulled in, or there was like a tremor that caused her to fall in, or something like that. She fell into the hole, and it turns out the holes lead to the far plane. Which is interesting, to say the least. So she was in this kind of like dreamlike world, and the guy who looks like Tidus showed up. And his name is... Oh, God, what is his name? Let's see. He's in the dossier here. It starts with an R, right? Oh, no. Shuyin. His name is Shuyin. The guy who looks like Tidus is named Shuyin. And he thinks... Or he in the moment, he seemed to think that Yuna was this lady who apparently looks the same, named Len, that we see in a couple of the spheres, a couple of the VHS tapes that we've watched. But then it gets a little murky, because it seems like maybe Shuyin knows that Yuna isn't Len, but he also somehow knows that Yuna has this past with this lost lover, basically. And for some reason, maybe he knows that Yuna can help his cause in some way with Vegnagun. So he's like exploiting her lost love feelings by assuming an appearance that looks like Tidus. And he doesn't really look like that. That's kind of my prediction, I guess, more than what the game is actually telling us. I kind of looped that into what I think is happening. I think what's happening is that Shuyin doesn't actually look just like Tidus, and he's using that appearance to manipulate Yuna for some reason. But we'll find out. But we learned for sure that he is either behind Vegnagun, like responsible for it, or he's just like in support of what Vegnagun is doing, whether it's being controlled by something else or it's autonomous. We don't know yet. And then we see the three like big guys, I guess. We see Barreleye, who is the new praetor of New Yevon. that I guess replaced Seymour, if I remember correctly. And then we fought in a boss fight. He proposed to Yuna and we turned him down. And then we see Nuge, Nuji Wooji, who is the leader of the Youth League. So two factions that are in opposition to each other, their leaders are seen working with each other. And we learned a lot about Nuge last week. We learned that he, like, fought in some war or something like that, that was taking place around the same time of the events of Final Fantasy X. Yeah, we saw like a flashback sphere of, I guess, the three of them. Who's the third guy? The third guy in this group is is it Gipple? I think it's Gipple.
It's under control.
He's the leader of the Machine faction, which I don't really know. Yeah. It was Gipple. And Gipple is like Riku's ex-boyfriend. I guess. Or like first boyfriend, something like that. So, why are you talking, brother? Shh. So yeah, Barreleye, Nuge, and Gipple are in the Farplane, but they're not dead, presumably, and they're pursuing Shuyin, and they were just like, hey, Yuna, we got this under control, we're not going to tell you anything that's going on, but we got this, you just go back up, they said topside, you just go back up to the living world, the normal world, and just make sure everything stays Gucci. So that was like the big thing that happened last week. We did a bunch of other random absurd nonsense, minigame stuff, that this game is made of. This game is just 50 minigames in a trench coat. But that was like the serious like story thing that happened. There may have been other major plot points that happened, but I haven't been taking very good notes in this playthrough compared to Tactics. You can see my... where's my notebook? Oh, I don't have the notes... Hold on, I don't have the notes cam? No, surely I have the notes cam on this. I really don't. Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. Am I losing my mind here? Yeah, here's the notes cam. What is this scene called? In my OBS. I could have sworn it was called Notes. Oh, okay. So yeah, as you can see, I have used up exactly one piece of paper this whole game. Today's day 9. So a little bit different than Tactics as far as what we've been writing down. I haven't written down anything related to the plot. This is more how I would take notes for like an old Dragon Quest game or like a very like basic RPG that I'm playing offline, where I'm just kind of like writing down what to do next and things that I want to remember later to like go back and look for. Like I wrote down the thing about the Besaid key or whatever. I haven't written down any like plot stuff or like thoughts or anything like that. So, taking it easy on myself. Okay, let me really quick add this in case we want to look at that again, so I don't lose my mind again. Hello. Let me just copy and paste a transform here really quick. A little behind the scenes for you. Wowie. Let's see. That can go right... there. I guess it can go all the way down here. That's fine. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, and then paste transform. There we go. All right. Just in case we want to look at it real quick again, now I know that my button works, and I won't be like, why is it not working? Because I will forget what just happened with it not being in the scene. Okay. So, we have not gone to the world map since entering Chapter 4. We did a little thing with these comm spheres. I gotta turn my volume down. Where we basically have like a surveillance camera on all, the comm spheres are like these surveillance cameras that we have in all these different little places. And we've seen a bunch of scenes on them, little interactions, and it's like a two-way thing. Like we talked to people through them a couple of times as well. So we did that for a little while. I don't think we looked at every single location, but we might have. But I'm going to go look at the map here, because we don't even know where the hotspots are. Oh, apparently we have to go directly to the Moonflow? To look for Tobley. This doesn't sound story-related. But then again, nothing in this game does. Have Tobley, have Concert, I always say. Let's get him to handle the publicity, and Yuna's performance will do the rest. Wait, Yuna's performing? Oh, that's right. We decided that the best thing to make everybody topside ignore the fact that Vegnagun exists, which apparently nobody knows anyways, is for Yuna to have a concert. So I guess that's what we're doing. This is like the weirdest like meta red herring.
As long as you're there, why not take a little stroll?
Who's this random Albed lady behind me giggling? What is she wearing? Find Tobley and enlist his help in producing Yuna's concert. Okay. Sure. So yeah, I guess we're gonna fulfill the prophecy of the marketing after all. And Yuna is gonna become a pop star.
Hey, you haven't seen Tobley anywhere around here, have you?
Rob Paulson.
We have word that he's somewhere near.
That was quite the jump. There he is.
Aha! There you are.
Just shoves her out of the way. God forbid, a girl put a show on for all the Spira. Yeah.
We have to find Toby.
Okay, I just wanted to see if I could go that way. So yeah, so now we've come full circle. Misogynist bro guy sees trailer for Final Fantasy X-2, sees Yuna being a pop star, makes a judgment call in the game, and says Final Fantasy X-2 is dumb. Oh, he said the M word. We don't say that anymore. Makes a judgment call on the game and says this game's dumb. Yuna's a pop star in it. And then the real Tin2 fans giggle and like, he doesn't even know that that's not Yuna. He clearly hasn't played the game. Only for him to only for him to frustratingly say fine and play the game to find out that in fact Yuna actually is a pop star. And the red herring didn't matter.
Come back here, you big-faced fraud!
Boy, they are really being mean to Tobley. Even though he's schooling them at running. With legs that are half the length or less of their own. Which doesn't really make sense. Like, I know we shouldn't, we should never discriminate people based on their height. But when we're talking about a disparity that much, like there's just no way that a person that small would be able to outrun someone twice their height. Exposing state secrets. I mean, it's just so silly. Now, why is this here? Why is this little alcove here? Do I have encounters turned off right now, or are there just no encounters here? There are no encounters here. I don't know what Tobly is actually. Hi, Electrical. Also, welcome in. How are you? I don't know who or what or anything about Tobly, really. Even though we've interacted with Tobly twice already? I don't know Tobly's species, race, gender, anything. Our grand bait and switch. It's like a double bait and switch, though. Like, the marketing is the bait and switch. The marketing says, look at Yuna, she's a pretty pop star girly. And then the switch is like, haha, that's not her. It's some random character that looks exactly like her. But then it's like, just kidding. Got you again. You were right. Weirdly, she is a pop star. No, I don't want a real answer to what Tobly is. At least not yet.
Has Tobley passed this way, sir?
Nope. Can't say I've seen him. He must still be on the south bank.
Go take another good look. Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, and I announced it in Discord, but I forgot to say it on stream. There are more new Machu emotes today. We've got more new emotes. I also moved them around quite a bit. So some of you may have had access to a couple of them that you may not have access to now, because I changed around like what the like tier 2 and tier 3 emote were, as well as like the bits tier emotes. But all in all, there are just more. We've got a buttload of them now. A matter of time. So, okay, I can't go that way. So Tobly didn't go this way? How is that possible? Apparently Tobly can run through invisible walls. How is this the first step in us putting on a concert? Is like running around in a swamp trying to find someone who leads a troop of Hypello. Alright, maybe we have to double back? I haven't seen him? Is that a typo or an accent? This could also be a thing where I have to talk to all the NPCs, so let me just make sure I do. Yeah, that's an interesting point, High Electrical. That's kind of another meta aspect of it. I hadn't really considered that. Oh, I was right. We had to double back. The song What Can I Do For You could be interpreted very literally, because Yuna's just running around and running errands for everybody. Because she's nice ex-summoner. She's fun employed because she killed Sin. Whoops, I didn't die. Guess I'll have to find something else to do. My boyfriend saved me, uwu. It feels like they did the song and the cutscene first and then had to fit it into the plot. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. I'm not necessarily convinced that that's the case, but I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously, this game was born out of a very strange methodology. Like, they were inspired by some very specific things that had nothing to do with the original game. And they were like, okay, how can we make a game that is both similar to these things that we're inspired by and uses the assets of this video game that we just made that is really, really popular, but doesn't have anything to do with Charlie's Angels or the Spice Girls or pop music or anything. I like how the Hypello are cheering him on. Go Tobley, go Tobley. So yeah, they approached this game from a really different way than you would approach something like writing a traditional sequel even, or just, you know, like a brand new Final Fantasy. It'd be like if when Miyamoto went to Aonuma and was like, hey, I want you to make a Zelda game in less than a year and with all of the assets from Ocarina of Time, but but instead of it being a completely new Zelda game, it's a sequel to Ocarina of Time. Oh, and by the way, we really want the game to feel like Austin Powers. And then somehow Aonuma had to like make that happen. A toddling menace. What a great name call. Okay, now I can go this way. Girl with massive amount of Catholic guilt and crippling anxiety can't say no to helping strangers. The game.
He says Tobley crossed the moon flow.
Follow on, Shoopaf, yes?
If he crossed, how is the Shoopaf here? Presumably there's only one Shoopaf. He crossed the moonflow in a tizzy. We really want Link to be a pop star? Oh god. I guess it is to Square Enix's credit that, you know, like, not unscathed, obviously, but they got away with this game. They got away with making this game. You know, they like brought a new fold of people into the fandom, and like people who like this game have other games in the franchise that are also for them. It wasn't just like some random spin-off that everyone's been pining for more stuff like. Like, there's a weird amount of stuff from this game that has made its way into the larger fandom since. You know, you've got Lightning Returns, and I guess just a little bit of like all of the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy, but especially Lightning Returns. And, like, for me, I feel like the FF7 remake games have a very similar energy to this game, where everything just kind of, like, doesn't matter, and there's, like, a weird levity to everything, despite, like, the state of the world, or, like, whatever's going on. I'm sure some people wouldn't agree with me on that, but the common through line is Motomo Toriyama. Yeah. And Kazushige Nojima.
You're gonna kill!
Which makes perfect sense, because I don't like their stuff. I just never really have. You okay there, bud? Are you just dead? Not gonna lie, it'd be kind of funny if you died from that. Toriyama's a freaky dude. I mean, that's fine. You know, let your freak flag fly. That's fine. I'm here for it. But I don't, you know, I don't have to be a fan of it. Also, sorry for stumbling over my words there and like accidentally saying a bad word. That was not intentional. Not a recommended tongue twister. We'll file that away. So now he has a shoe puff? Man, Toby is resourceful. We gotta give him that. I don't even understand why he wants to get away. Like, why are they chasing him, and why does he want to get away? What is going on here?
Hi, what can I do for you? What brings you here?
Well,
And then he just starts talking to us like nothing has happened.
Spectacular, spectacular. 'Twill be a yummy Unipalooza indeed.
Unipalooza.
Yes,
Wow.
indeed.
What a great
I
name.
most definitely want to arrange it. Can I?
yep.
A minor detail. Where should it be?
Well, the more people we can gather together, the better.
Aha! Then how about the Thunder Plains? Yes! You could practically pack a plethora of people in that place.
That's certainly a choice. I was thinking something more like the Calmlands.
Simple, leave it to me. My power PR team will push it pronto. Oh, boys!
You call things Exapalooza all the time. Because of this game specifically, that's impressive. I've definitely used that a lot over the years too. Vaughn and I used the fest suffix a lot back in our early days. We'd be like blank fest 2016. Another garment grid. Black tabard. So is it themed around the samurai or maybe ninja? Yeah, let's have an outdoor concert in the area known for constant lightning strikes. I mean, I guess it would presumably be not super hot, which is a common problem with outdoor events. Maybe it's really hot at the Calmlands. But the Calmlands is like big and flat. It kind of looks like, you know, Red Rocks type of venue space. There's already like sponsored tents out there with like mini games and stuff, so presumably concessions would only be another step away. Calmland seems like an ideal outdoor concert festival venue to me. And there's like tons of runoff, so you wouldn't have to worry about flooding. You know, there's all the like little canyons and cliffs and stuff. It's clearly good elevation, so you wouldn't have that like low-lying swamp problem that a lot of outdoor venues have.
What are you up to?
A project. I'm engineering a giant sphere screen for the stage.
How are you doing that?
People way in the back will be able to see.
Your invention?
Why is he in a bubble?
Not to mention we're still picking up
What is his suit?
conspheres.
Nice work.
All the high pello have been deployed.
Octung Baby. Wow. A U2 reference. Apparently, brother also speaks German. Let's do a save really quick. And is it going to let me go to the map, or are we just kind of locked in here? Did you finish rehearsal? What? Riku is down with Barkeep. Okay. Let's go Go talk to Riku. Oh, there's the baggage with the Calm Lands. Interesting. Let's check the engine room. Maybe there's more chests. But see, maybe Yuna could use that, you know, Street? Like facing her point of fear and reminding herself of her struggle. Cool, I was right about that. Are we ever going to be able to go in here? Not yet. Why are there like firework noises in this song? So weird. Alright, to the cabin. Look at those cute little guys. God, I love the Machu emotes so much. I'm super happy with them. Glad y'all are too. We're having a rehearsal in the bedroom. Miss Yuna and Miss Riku are nervous about their performance in the concert. Press the buttons in time with the beat and help them get over their stage fright. Oh, and Riku is wearing the songstress outfit. We've never seen this before. Or I'm assuming it's the songstress outfit. Alright, it's time for another minigame. We couldn't have there be too much time. Rehearsals sharding. I mean, it might as well be, right, Brack? Alright, watch the yellow and red note symbols. You'll get more points for dancing in time with the red ones. So the yellow ones just don't mean anything? Oh, the yellow happens right before the red. Okay, let's see how cursed this is. If you press the buttons at the same time as Miss Riku, your groove will go through the roof.
Hey, Uni, hurry up and change.
That tie. What? What's happening? Huh? I don't understand what's happening. So the right Riku's is showing me like what the current button is, and then I just press it when... What? Your groove. Y-O-O-R. Okay, sure. And we got an accessory for that.
Do you think people will show up?
You betcha. The Thunder Plains will be packed. But what are you gonna sing?
What are you gonna sing? Wait, we forgot. You don't know how to sing. You're not a pop star. She just starts improving. She's just gonna improv her whole set.
It's more like I felt it. I can hear it echoing inside me.
This is very meta typical as well.
I think so. I don't know much about her, but I'm learning.
We should put on a concert, and they pick out the outfits and they figure out where it's gonna happen and the venue and the stage and the lights and all the aesthetic stuff, and then they're like, now just to figure out the music. We've got our dance moves. We've got almost everything we need for the perfect concert, except the music.
We'll be arriving soon. After Buddy drops us off, he and the others will go pick up a spectator.
And of course, she only needs one song, because that's how concerts work in movies. You just perform one song. You know, it doesn't matter if you're Powerline or Smash Mouth. One song is all you need for a great concert. What was that? Also, I'm assuming that getting a perfect score on that minigame gets you something. So you would have to like reload your save and do that over and over and over because you can't try it again, which is absurd. And I love how it's just like dead quiet in here now. It's so awkward. The biggest song of all time. Una, please. Okay, thank you.
Miss Yuna, what can I do for you?
The Gull Store, of course. How are we looking on items here? Looking pretty good.
Thank you.
He sounded almost like Beetle there. Thank you! Very similar. To the bridge. Now the music's back. Alright, we'll save again. People who wanted me to get a perfect score on that minigame can cry. God, that little drone flapping around is really distracting. If you're worried about Spira, you can always check the comm spheres. So did we just not get to go to the map anymore? Is that what's going on? Is like we've traded the comm spheres for actually going to the places?
Over the Thunder Plains. You ready to land?
It kind of seems that way. Alright, well I guess let's check the comm spheres before we do our concert. Booty doody doody. Beady. So some of these are literally just... Oh, hey, it's the dick guy. Oh, it's you. It's my line. No, I hadn't heard that. Oh, shut up.
Fine. Waka's there to keep an eye on things.
Small consolation. If you ask me, his brother was 10 times the man Waka is.
How would he even know Chappu?
We fought in the Crusaders together.
How old is this guy?
Always talked about Waka. Said, my brother's the greatest person in spirit. Imagine my surprise to find out the legendary Waka's nothing more than a wishy-washy wimp. There were so many things.
This guy sucks so much.
But not anymore.
Things? What kind of things?
Memories.
I love how this guy's just talking to an upturned dog bowl on the ground.
Ready to leave.
Like, does he, like, see Yuna's, like, head inside of that little dome? Like, how does he know that we're there? Chappu Roan. That is so silly. Oh, there's 2 different locations here. Interesting. We haven't done this before. Go be snoring. Hi, Donna. What you doing? Sitting?
Without you, the house seems so empty. I can't bear it. I wake up each morning, but without seeing your face, it's as though the day hasn't really begun. So please, please, come home, Bartello.
What if Yuna was just like, hi, Donna, after that?
This is so unmade.
Thinks she's having this, like, really private moment, and we're just like, just pressing our face up against the porthole that we installed in her house. And this Hypello just barging in. Well, like, seriously, how does she know that we're here? You'd think that she would see our face right now if that was a thing. I didn't she a thing. Feminist icon. That's amazing. Yeah, put that on a shirt. I didn't she a thing. Probably would get misinterpreted, though. Offline. Okay. We're just gonna go down the list here. We seem to get like a new scene or interaction every time we go to one of these. So I don't really know how it works.
Don't touch that sphere because we've got Lady Yuna's concert live. Thanks and stay tuned.
What do I know that voice from? Are they a character in Eternal Sonata? Can't think of what I know that voice actor from. This is where we talk to, what's his name? Played his little mini game, and I don't know if we did it right. Oh, Rin. That's right. So I'm assuming the fact that I can still call him means that we're not done with this? I don't know. We checked all of these. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Just a robot and an iPad conspiring to take over the world. Oh, really high electrical? They just kind of mashed through it? I guess that makes sense, because you just... Oh! OBS dropped. You just need it to be over. Hopefully we'll be back in a second here. Come on. There we go. Okay, just another classic OBS drop there, but we're back. Oh, Street, Automod just grabbed it because of the swear word, that's all. I did not watch Tenchi Muyo back in the day. I remember seeing like little slices of it because it was on Toonami, and I watched like most of the other Toonami shows. But I never really watched like full episodes of it. I don't think it's something that I would have enjoyed. Like, I'm actually surprised, I guess I'm kind of surprised that even though I didn't know what the concept was, even though I didn't know what the concept was back then, I'm surprised that I wouldn't have been interested in a harem anime, because I was like a teenage boy who was like desperate for female attention, and wasn't getting it. So, you would think that I would have wanted to like live vicariously through Tenchi and like get frustrated with him for being like, you know, incredibly aloof or whatever. But maybe it was one of those like type of subliminal reactions where like I resented the character of Tenchi Muyo because he was getting the female attention and I felt like he didn't deserve it or something. Which was definitely a very real thing amongst teenage boys. Oh, okay, we found something here. Okay, so we're not done with this yet. I'm guessing you're not a fan then, Kiki? Also, hello. But yeah, I was watching DBZ and a lot of DBZ for sure. And then I saw most of Outlaw Star, but I probably didn't get to see all of Outlaw Star. That had a profound impression on me. I saw a lot of Yu Yu Hakusho, but definitely not all of it. And I thought that show was pretty cool. I wasn't like super invested in it, but I watched it. And then at nighttime, I remember them showing a lot of Inuyasha. They showed Rurouni Kenshin for a while. And those shows were also just kind of like whatever for me. Like I would watch them if they were on, but I wasn't like invested in them at all. What else did I watch on there? They would show Big O really late night. That was like the midnight show, I remember. Saw a couple episodes of that. It was whatever for me. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Just a couple of dudes having a picnic, having a chat. You were embarrassed recently. You never watched DBZ as a kid and you thought the fusion dance was unique to Steven Universe. That's funny. That's not that embarrassing, though. Allow me to investigate. He's just getting pushed out of the way by an NPC like a Oblivion character. So I guess we have to kind of like keep going around and we probably have to do these in a specific order. So I guess we'll just keep doing this. Could it have expanded its palate? I don't think I've ever seen a full episode of Steven Universe. So, should I be embarrassed about that? Ah, this time there's a lady back here. What you doing? She's playing with the iPad. Allow me to investigate. She runs away. What is going on here? That's just a robot. Spiked a PS5 controller onto your laptop. Whew! Yikes. I hope both humans, the controller, and the laptop are okay. Steven Universe is a slow burner of a show. Interesting. I would not expect I would not expect any non-anime cartoon to be described as a slow burn. That's a really interesting idea to try to process. I don't really know anything about the show. I guess I didn't even know that it was like, you know, a series rather than something that's just kind of like anthology style, like you know, most kids shows were, where you just saw whatever episodes you saw and they didn't really necessarily connect to each other. They all kind of stood alone, so that you wouldn't miss out if you didn't see every single one. But it's probably a blend. Yeah, like an overarching plot in addition to the self-contained plot of every episode. I think that's a pretty common way to do it. Okay, we've come back around to this one. I don't know if I should assume that ones where we've already seen stuff aren't going to have events. But he seems to find stuff even when I think there's nothing, so I'm just gonna call him to every scene. Can y'all hear Gobi snoring? She's snoring really loud. Oh, really? Yeah, Adventure Time is a wild show. Alright, is somebody gonna show up here? Nothing's happened in this scene yet. Or maybe Ren is gonna change his mind. It's all gonna culminate here with these two guys having their little powwow. Oh yeah, this is different. There's something I'd like to ask you. Of course, I'll make it worth your while. Can you imagine? Just two guys trying to have like a private chat, and some random guy walks up to you and he's like, I want to ask you something. Also, I will pay. I like the vibe of Adventure Time, and it's like very funny in like bite-sized clips that I've seen, but I don't know if I would enjoy just like actually sitting down and watching the entire show. God, how long is this gonna take? This is nuts. How many times are we gonna have to go through this loop? You felt the same way until someone made you watch it? That's fair. I'm glad you're on top of it, Rin. I have no idea what's going on. You're shocked they let it air on kids' TV? Is it one of those things where they, like, you know, they hid, like, some really, like, deep messaging underneath, like, goofy, silly stuff? That's kind of the impression that I get. It's a very clever way to do it. Instead of just, like, putting some jokes in for the adults. Oops, I didn't mean to call you. Okay, well that was definitive. It's not even hidden, it's just... Okay, cool. I can certainly appreciate that. Oh, butt shot.
Are you going to fight New Yevon?
No, this is just a precaution. The League has no intention of starting a war, but I do not know how long that can last. Tension among the troops is running high. It won't be long before their anger becomes uncontrollable. When the time comes, thirst for blood, I have failed.
Try and keep things under control a little longer. I'll do what I can to calm the situation down.
An inspiration as always. Very well. For my part, I will keep the troops in order as Nuge would were he here.
Yeah, every outfit in this entire universe I would describe as a choice. Like, even the most background of NPC, if you look at their outfit for too long, it's just like, what's going on there? Yeah, I don't know how they come up with some of that stuff. I really don't understand why they chose to do this way. Like, in the first 3 chapters, we would just go to these locations and have these conversations with these people, instead of just, like, watching it as a video. And this doesn't really seem like it's, like, saving on resources or anything like that. You think so? I don't know. Like having to like sit here for a second and then that guy walks over and says the thing. Like, they could have just put that text and item flag in a text box and then we just like walk up to that guy and talk to him instead. I don't know. It seems kind of weird. I don't really like, it's not like these are new locations that they didn't want to fully build out. Like, these are already places that we've already been to and that are fully rendered. I don't really get how this would be less resource intensive, but I'm not a game dev. I can see how it would be easier to make sure that you get the right interaction. You know? Like in the previous chapters, we could go to these places, and if we didn't talk to the right person or do the right thing, we would just be like, oh, there's nothing here, and then we would leave without seeing it. Hey, big guy.
Where's LeBlanc?
Boss ain't here. Yup, she just up and left. Went out looking for clues to what happened to Nuge. Logos is out looking for her now. Yous guys don't know anything.
Yous guys.
Well, I'm sorry, but we haven't heard a thing.
Why can't we just tell them? I don't understand.
Find anything. You let me know.
Like, why wouldn't we just tell them? What harm? Like, I guess they're worried that they'll like follow Nuge into the far plane to try and go and find him. I don't understand why we're like sworn to secrecy to like not tell anybody about this imminent threat lurking on the other side that these 3 important people have gone to try to fight. And rather than us, the most powerful people in the universe, trying to help, we're gonna throw a concert. Oh, look, everybody's getting ready for the concert. Which, this doesn't make sense. He would never do this. Imagine showing up to the Lollapalooza venue, like 2 weeks before the show, just the random big open field, and just being like, yeah! Alright! Lollapalooza! It's gonna be lit! Yeah! Like... What are these people doing? There's gonna be a concert here in a couple of days. Woo! Oh, this game is crazy. There's not any camera work or unique animations to worry about. I mean, yeah, but a lot of the interactions that we've had that have like triggered events weren't necessarily like full like cinematic camera work scenes. They were just random text boxes. So I don't know. I don't have a problem with it. It's just kind of odd. You know, it's not like Xenogears Disc 2. Like, oh, okay, they ran out of time and they needed a really, really quick way to do exposition or something. Oh! Snuck up on me, didn't you? Yeah, I mean, I can see why people wouldn't like it. Newts. Couple of newts. Oh, here comes the other person. Nice teleport. Just hanging out in the woods, waiting to die. God, the 100% for this seems so awful. Wait, I can't go back? Okay, there's one more Macalania. I gotta go back. Yeah, so much of the 100%, like, pretty much the majority of the 100% run of this game is buried in something. I'm a little sad that we don't get to go back to this place and try to get that that chest. We invested a lot of time. But maybe we needed to beat that super boss in order to go to the Central Expanse. Yeah, it totally seems like a nightmare. I would never want to do it. Never, ever, ever. The way that it's structured seems completely absurd. Wait, what? Oh, I needed to press X one more time. Yo, what's up, Sunaj? Which she has a gun? Because I'm pretty sure all three get guns. Oh, you know. You know which she. Come on now. No, but you're right. Ma'am, I would recommend a coat. Or we could start with a shirt. Oh, she's coming this way. Okay. Hello. Hi. Looking respectfully. Another letter! Huzzah. She's Canadian. Snow boots and a bikini. Yeah, that's... I mean, that sure is a look. Wow, Automod didn't let you say bikini. Okay. Oh, I see. I have to hit that, and then I can hit cancel. Okay, now Beacon L. Wait, why can't I choose Cactuar Nation? Automod hates me. Oh, it just defaulted to Cactuar Nation. Is there anything we can do here? I can't imagine there would be. Just be tantalized by this side quest that we're not being allowed to participate in anymore. Because we can't go anywhere. So yeah, this kind of feels like a something that they would do for like a point of no return. And maybe that's just like how this chapter works. And when we get into a later chapter, like it goes back to normal. It doesn't feel like we're far enough in the game to lock out the entire map. So I don't think that's what's going on. But I suppose it could be possible. But maybe Chapter 4 is just the concert and it's really short. Oh god, please don't shoot me. I'm just a TV. We've got an ad coming up in a few minutes here. Let me get a prediction open since we didn't get one for the first break.
This is... you don't understand.
Yoshi versus Samus. 2 minutes if you'd like to make a wager with your channel points. Yoshi's currently leading 5-2 if you're playing the odds. I keep forgetting that I have to press connect. I don't see that in the bottom of the right. There's so many filters on the screen. Oh, we never got to find the find a wife for the fail son. Look at him just sitting lonely forever. Darn. Sorry, bud. Yoshi's winning? What a world, right? The old blitzball salute. Nice robe, guy. Well, see you later. Somebody do something. Somebody say something. Oh, another customer. Oh, they didn't buy anything. Yoshi's still lower ranked than Samus, though, even though Yoshi's winning the matchup currently. Hey, Kyo, how you doing? Oh, I forgot about that, actually. Thank you for reminding me that that was a thing. Where you can, like, stick all the Bionicle together like a Megazord. But if I did that, they wouldn't fit on this little shelf behind me. Okay, so are the Hypello here, like, booth babes? Is that what they're doing here? They're just trying to attract people to this shop? And apparently it's working? Come and look at our forearms. But nobody's buying anything. This guy's not even selling anything. This guy's just like, please find a wife for my son. All he does is sit here. He's super annoying. Get him out of here. He still lives in my basement. This woman eagerly runs up to the counter. Like, no. Oh, you don't have Labubus? Alright, I'm out of here. Wow, that was fascinating. Yeah, the Booth Babe Hypello. I mean, what are they doing there, if not that? Alright, we got a couple more locations here to check out, and then we'll save again, and then we'll go to, wherever it is that we're going. I forgot. You can't pay me to learn what a Labubu is. Even though I'm not a pop star, and that's not what this game is about, and I don't know any songs.
Elder Kimari have duty. Kimari cannot leave mountain.
Kimari has literally been standing here for 35 hours.
Kimari, listen. Song join hearts. Yuna, sing from heart.
This is like... this is like what you would say to somebody... that you really care about, but they're not talented, and you don't have the heart to tell them. Oh, I'll hear your song. You're gonna sing with your heart, and like it'll touch me from a great distance, and I'll be able to hear it right here. All right, we're in the ad. I'll be right back.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right. The bounty hunter holding off Yoshi at the goal line. Remember, one more win will clinch the matchup for Yoshi. 6 wins clinches out of 11. We do all 11 rounds no matter what, even if it's a sweep, in the interest of even statistics. But Samus still has a shot at the whole thing here. 5-3, our new score after 8 rounds. Still 3 more to go. Samus has got something to prove. Hello? Yo, MN! Welcome in, dude. How are you doing? How was the stream today? Folks, go over and follow MN Retro Gamer. Show him some love. What a great guy. A dear friend of mine. He's the drummer in Do a Barrel Roll. And he's just an all-around great dude. Fellow collector of video games. And he does some really cool stuff over on his stream. Sorry, I'm getting distracted here because I'm updating these Smash Bros. Scores so I can switch back over. And I'm failing to multitask. Okay, we've got the scores updated. Welcome back, everybody. And welcome in, Raiders. Pixelated Pinball, nice to see ya. Yeah, Minnesota is my old stomping grounds, Street. Not where I'm from, but where I used to live. I believe Street is headed your way, MN. I think she said Twin Cities. Obviously, that's, you know, a big area, but yeah, that's where all the old friends and bandmates are. It was in the Minneapolis metro. I lived in a whole bunch of different little suburbs because for some reason the Twin Cities is obsessed with like every neighborhood being a township and a city. Like every 8 blocks is like a new city. It's really, really wild. They don't do that. They don't do that so much here. Like there's a lot of little towns in the Austin metro, but they're all much larger than the ones in the Twin Cities. There's something special going on there. Oh, really? St. Louis is like that too? Yeah, Minneapolis, St. Paul is the only place I've ever been where each little township was so small, and there's just like dozens and dozens of them. It's really, really wild. Yeah, little 10 square foot townships, exactly. Like I would drive like 15 minutes from where I lived to where I worked, and I would pass through like 7 little cities. You know, you'd be at a light, and it's like, oh, while I'm sitting at this light, I'm technically in New Brighton. And then, like, 2 lights later, oh, now I'm in St. Anthony. You know, it's like, it's wild. It's really, really wild. And they're not, like, even shapes either, you know? Like, towns are always, like, weird asymmetrical shapes, too. So you could, like, weirdly drive through one, like, long ways. And there's so much like township pride as well. Like people are like super, super proud to live in these like less than a quarter of a zip code towns. And that's so strange too. Like You would never run into that. Like, I grew up in Dallas, which is a massive metro, and is technically like, you know, Dallas-Fort Worth is the full metro, although nobody in Dallas ever thinks about Fort Worth. It's not really like Minneapolis and St. Paul. But in Dallas, there's all these like little suburbs. You know, there's Carrollton, and there's Plano, and there's Richardson, and there's Garland, and there's Mesquite, and so many more. McKinney. But it's so much less likely for somebody to have like really strong pride for their suburb, or to like lead with that as where they're from. You know, like obviously if they're talking to somebody else who lives in Dallas, they'll say, oh yeah, I live in Richardson. But if somebody from outside the city meets them, you know, if they're like in California or something, they're not going to be like, oh yeah, I'm from Plano. You know, they're going to say I'm from Dallas, and they're not going to think twice about that. But I like, if you meet somebody who's from Mounds View or Mound, Minnesota, you know, and they meet somebody who lives in like Fargo, North Dakota, you know, and has never been to the Twin Cities, or has been to the Twin Cities like once or twice, they're going to be like, yeah, I'm from Mound. They're not just going to say, oh, I'm from Minneapolis. You know, they would never say that they were from the big city. The regional culture is so different. It's really fascinating. Fort Worth, got him. Yep, it's true. It's true, Kyo. Fort Worth is like coming up in a pretty big way in the last like 10 years, but everybody in Dallas thinks they're way too cool for Fort Worth anyways. That'll never change. Bunch of stuck-up losers. Yeah, Minneapolis can literally mean dozens of different places, but it's really interesting to it was very interesting to me how much people who lived in like suburbs and neighboring cities to Minneapolis, how much they wanted to distance themselves from Minneapolis. Like somebody from Maple Grove wouldn't be like, I'm not from Minneapolis, I'm from Maple Grove, you know? And it's like, but that's in Minneapolis, right? And they're like, no, it's a separate city. And it's like, well, what's going on here? Like, calm down. Why are you so like abrasively opposed to being associated with this area, you know? It's like somebody like me who's from somewhere else trying to like figure out, like, oh, is that like in northern Minnesota? No, it's like 30 minutes north of Minneapolis, you know? It's part of the metro. It's a suburb. Like, no, it's not. It's a separate city. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're done with this comsphere. But welcome in, everybody. We're playing Final Fantasy X-2. The rules are made up. The points don't matter. Everything's a minigame. Of course we installed a surveillance camera at the hot springs. There's no ethical concerns there. Let's take a peek. See what's going on. You get offended when people say they are from Minneapolis, but it's a suburb? Oh, like the reverse? Like you think people are trying to seem cool? Like, oh yeah, I'm from Minneapolis, but they live in like, you know, like Orono or like Mounds View or something? Is that what you mean? Like they're trying to seem more like urbanized? Look at this lonely Ronso just kneeling in the hot water. Is Jordan one of those places? I have not heard of Jordan, Minnesota before. They're trying to seem more cool. Yeah, that would be annoying if that was the reason why they were doing it. I like how this guy can just walk normally and the same speed in the water as he does on land. It's very PlayStation 2 of him. But yeah, I guess it depends on the intent for me, MN. Like, when I was living in like Mounds View, if somebody from outside the Twin Cities asked me where I lived, I would definitely say Minneapolis, because they're not going to know where Mounds View is. I'm not going to say, oh yeah, I live in New Brighton. I live in Mounds View. I'm just going to say I live in Minneapolis, because they've heard of that before. But I'm not doing it because I want people to think that I'm cool and that I'm plugged into like the inner city nightlife or whatever. Like, I hate going to downtown Minneapolis. But I guess if you can tell that someone's like, yeah, I'm from Minneapolis, you know, and they've got their flannel shirt on and they're smoking a cigarette, then, but they live in Maple Grove, you know, maybe get annoyed at that person. I'm down for that. Well, this was a nothing burger of a scene. But yeah, if you're talking local to local, I don't see any reason to not just say, like, your actual township. Unless you're embarrassed of it and trying to seem cool in front of someone else. When you lived in Japan, you would say St. Louis, and they'd ask if it was close to Chicago, and if it was the same place. Right, yeah, you're so zoomed out at that point. Honestly, I would have been impressed if I would have been impressed that a Japanese person had heard of Chicago. Like, oh, you know Chicago. It's like okay, it's like, and then maybe look at like a map of Japan and figure out how far apart two major cities are and see if it's like similar or something to give them a sense of scale. Oh, hey, it's our boy Isaru. I will say one interesting thing about these is, like, instead of, like, going to the place... Sorry, I'll wait till he's done talking.
Using the power of song to unite Spira. Is that it? I know you can do it. Or rather, you're the only one of us who could do that. Good luck, Yuna.
One thing that's interesting about these is instead of going to the place and having to talk to the right person, you have to, like, look at someone or even, like, sit in a specific place for a certain amount of time before an event takes place. Which, again, seems like more work on the devs than it would save. But it does make it kind of interesting. This filter is so much, though. There's, like, 5 filters on the screen. We maybe could have just had, like, 2? Okay, I think we're done. Oh, okay, the Jordan place is by Victory Memorial Park. I used to live really, really close to Victory Memorial Park. But it's kind of weird, because Victory Memorial Park is like a really long, skinny road. So it branches off into like a bunch of different towns. It's in between Maple Grove and Minneapolis. Okay, so that's probably... That's pretty close to an area where I live. I used to work in Maple Grove, and when I worked there, I lived right on the border of Minneapolis and Brooklyn Center, which was like basically just on the other side of one particular highway, was like the border of that. And I was right next to that highway. It was like a couple of blocks away from that highway, 100. I was on the other side of 100 from Brooklyn Center or Brooklyn Park. Again, 2 little townships that have like the same name and they're right next to each other and like overlap as well. Oh god, yeah, we were just talking about how awful 100% is for this game, Kyo. I would 100% Final Fantasy X twice before 100%ing this game, and I don't ever want to 100% Final Fantasy X. Because that also seems like a nightmare. Yeah, Camden was the name of kind of the neighborhood that I lived in Minneapolis. You know, there was like the Camden Animal Hospital and the Camden Food Market and, you know, all these different kinds of things. I don't think that's actually a township, but it's like a neighborhood. It's like, it's weird because it's like right on the border of like a really, really bad part of Minneapolis and then like a really, really cool historic part of Minneapolis that isn't bad. And I lived in actually 2 different houses in the Camden area, and they were only like 11 blocks away from each other, and one was like a really, really dangerous part of Minneapolis, and then like 11 blocks away, it was like perfectly safe and like really chill and cool. It's weird how that can happen. And like same age homes and neighborhoods and everything. Just like a weird way that it shakes out. It wasn't even like, it wasn't like there was like this gentrification border or anything. I mean, obviously those exist all over the place, but in that particular area, that wasn't the reason why there was that kind of a barrier there. It just, I don't know. I don't know what all goes into it.
We're over the Thunder Plains. Ready to...
All right, I guess we're going to the Thunder Plains. Getting the Celestial Weapon starts fun and then ends with more stress than it's worth. It seems like a lot of it is like that. Like, I appreciate what they went for with, like, the super bosses. Like, haha, you thought the Emerald and Ruby weapon were hard, and Omega weapon and Ozma or whatever, like, we're gonna crank it up to 11 with these super bosses. Like, I like that idea on paper. And, like, how smart and mechanical you have to get with the combat and, like, your loadout and everything in order to be able to win. But I think they took it a little bit too far. Because the cool thing about the super bosses in, like, 7, 8, and 9 is that they're difficult, but there's still, like, more than one way to skin the cat, right? You can figure out how to beat those bosses on your own without a strategy guide or your friend on the playground telling you or looking it up on GameFAQs in the year of our Lord 2025. You know, you don't need like a step-by-step walkthrough to beat them. You can figure out your own way, like your own materia combinations or your own, you know, GF ability learns or whatever to beat those super bosses in the PlayStation Final Fantasies that are definitely challenging. They're not pushovers. You can't just go in there and not know what you're doing and just accidentally beat them. But you don't need like a step-by-step guide. But I feel like if you want to beat like Penance and like Yojimbo or Dark Yojimbo, whichever one it is, like you kind of need a guide for those bosses. Like you need, like if you didn't want to use a guide for those fights, you'd have to attempt them like hundreds of times to learn their patterns and all the different things that they can do. And it just seems a lot less realistic. Like it seems like most people that are 100%ing that stuff are doing it with a guide. Because it's like, you're either going to lose your mind if you don't do it with a guide, or you're going to be wasting 1,000 hours of your life. Whereas something like, you know, Ruby or Emerald weapon, like, even if you're like a, you know, Let's Play person on YouTube or a streamer or whatever, doing that live, like in front of an audience, and you're trying to be expedient, you could still probably figure out most of those PlayStation super bosses in the context of like a stream or two. And figure out in the sense that you would come up with your own strategy that might be more gratifying than like perfectly executing the like agreed upon ideal strat for something like a, you know, Final Fantasy X super boss. I've never fought them, so maybe that's a poor assessment on my part, but that's how it seems. Okay, it took a second to press X there. I don't know why. I had to press it like 6 times. Maybe it was loading. We're going to the Thunder Plains. It's Wayne's World 2. We're throwing a concert. Hopefully Aerosmith shows up.
Hello, Galway. Good to see you. Are you ready to sing your song?
Sing your song.
Yeah, more or less.
More or less.
We've got a sticky situation. Some
Yeah, we're just gonna throw a concert in the middle of a rainstorm. There's no cover. There's no stage, apparently. Oh, by the way, there's a dragon. Oh, this game. Mission time! A fiend has crawled out from beneath the earth. Exterminate it so concert goers can listen to your song without any distractions. I love that all these people are standing out here in the middle of a dangerous Thunderfield in the rain, waiting to hear us perform one song. Payne said Hurtfest. Let's go. Xenoblade Chronicles X did I 100%? Hell no. Absolutely not. No. I did some of the extra content in that game. I certainly didn't like beeline. Like I explored the whole map. I did some random like character side stories. Oh, I'm probably gonna get randos. Oh well. And that sort of thing. But I basically only engaged with it if it was like on the beaten path that I was trotting towards something else, or if it just happened to strike my fancy. By the time I was done with Xenoblade X, I was like, why did I even play that game? I felt an overwhelming sense of regret after finishing Xenoblade X. Like, I enjoyed so much of the experience, but I was so let down by the payoff and the wrap up and the conclusion. It really was not fulfilling and not what I was hoping for. I don't know what I was hoping for, but what I got was not it. I didn't feel like my investment was worthwhile. And I was like, man, I should have just played Xenoblade 2 so that I could get closer to Xenoblade 3. I can't bring myself to say that it's not worth playing. I do think Xenoblade X is worth playing, but I think it's important to have your expectations properly set. It was very smart of them to not make it a numbered Xenoblade game. That is very much appreciated. That was the correct choice. But I feel like even outside of that, it's still kind of like good to know a couple of other things about it. But like the exploration in Xenoblade X is really good. It's some of the best exploration I've experienced in an RPG. It's just a really cool world to experience and see, and like poke around in, between like the music vibes and the biomes and that kind of thing. But it's very different than Xenoblade 1, which is the only other Xenoblade game I've played so far. And from what I can tell, it's, equally as different as 2 and 3. Like, there's clearly a synergy between 1, 2, and 3 that make them the numbered games. Hey, guy, how you doing there? Look at you. All right, we have I don't know how we could have a more recent save, so here we go. The way this girl run bothers me. You're not the first person to say that, MN. Zalamander. Is he a Zaddy Zalamander? Sorry. We'll just do regular attacks. Oh my goodness, how did you do that? How did you do so much damage to Riku like that? Was that a crit? Do you have an instant death thing going on? She had full health. Okay, nice miss. Let's flip to white. Get some buffs up. But yeah, you're not the first person to point that out, MN. Her run is very exaggerated, and it's quite different than how she moved in Final Fantasy X. They really played it up, just like everything else in this game. Okay, Riku, get a heal. Ah, that's the really strong attack, the tail smash. Heal everyone. Nice miss. Okay, now we're topped off. Let's get some buffs out here. Get a protect on. We'll do a shell, even though I don't think we need it. That might count as a magic attack.
Time to turn up the heat.
Okay, we need to heal desperately. Kiraga. Beautiful. Wait, why did Kiraga do less than Kira? Does Shell affect healing magic as well? Is this game going to be mean like that? Looks that way. That's a bummer. Alright, let's flip Warrior here and see if we can go all out. I think I'm going to flip Yuna to Gun Mage, actually. We'll get a scan on this thing. See if there's not something we're missing. Also, MN, if you're still here, let's do a power break as well, actually. If you said what you were doing on stream today, I missed it. So feel free to say it again. We'll scan this guy. Ow. Get out of here, kid. You bother me. What a strange reference. He's immune to power break. Interesting. Null magic. So magic doesn't work on it? It says it's weak against ice, though. We could try some black mage. We have ice magic. Why is the description in Hypello accent? That's so silly. Okay, let's work our way over to Black Mage. The little guy, if you can't hear him in the background already, is very ready to get fed. He's due for his lunch in a few minutes here, so I'm gonna have to break away and get him settled so he can be less upset. I'm just throwing out the Kiragas here because I really don't want to die. Do I have a dragon killer? Is this guy considered a Drake? Probably not.
Here's your silver bullet.
Okay, and we just want to cross over to Black Magic. I didn't even see what that did. Let's try Songstress. Try to get some haste on. I'm going to have to flip Riku back to white. After we get this last Kiraga off. Scan this guy's balls, please. That's crazy.
Fried or boiled, what will it be?
Alright, let's see if Blizzara works here. It says null magic, but he's weak against ice. I don't know what to make of that, so we're just gonna throw an ice spell at him and find out. I'm assuming that means he can't take magic damage, but why would they make him weak against ice? Cantus Firmus. Yeah, he's immune to magic. Okay. Pain's dead. Darn. Oh, shoot, I just switched her to Thief. That is not what I meant to do. I wanted her to go back to white. we might be cooked here.
Mind if I take that?
Crap. All right, Yuna, it's all you. We gotta get Riku back up. I'd rather not use any, like, Mega Phoenixes or, yeah, we might just be dead there. Oh, okay, we're still alive. Might be able to get out of this. Holy crap, that's a lot of damage. Why did he do 1,700 damage? I mean, I know my Protect is gone, but Jesus. Alright, yeah, we're dead. Dang it. Come on, Pain. Can we please? Okay, nice miss. We're just like running away from attacks here one at a time. Trying to get out of kill range here. This is probably it, right? Okay, dodge this. Yeah, you're dead. Okay. Nice high potion. The zombie chain resing, yeah. Alright. This works out fine, I guess. I'm just gonna go ahead and run another ad here to get us back on the hour, because I gotta step away and get the little guy ready. And I'm gonna grab a little snack for myself as well, so I'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes. Thanks for being here. Hello? Yo, MN, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that, dude. Would you like a wheel spin when we get back? You're entitled to a wheel spin for every sub. Let me know. He says sure. All right, we'll do a spin when we get back as well. See you in a few minutes. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Yo, look at this. Samus wins again. I forgot to pay out the prediction from the last one. The outcome was the same, but here's your payout. Congratulations to the Samus believers. This is actually for the last match, but Samus is making this interesting here, coming down to the wire here. The late game comeback. Our score is now 5-4 after 9 rounds. Only 2 rounds left to go. Can Samus win 2 in a row to win the whole thing and prove that she rightly deserves to be ranked above Yoshi? Or will Yoshi clinch it out here? We'll have to wait and see. Getting the scores updated, sorry. There's that. And 4 for Samus. There we go. All right, we're back from the ads. Thank you for sitting through those, if you got hit with them. And giving me the time to do what I needed to do. Got the little guy all set up. He's cruising through a bottle. He's much happier than he was. I had a banana and some mixed nuts, and I grabbed some more tea. It's so good. Man, we got to talk about these mixed nuts. If you guys are fans of like nut mixes and like snacking nuts, you gotta be roasting your own at home, because it is where it's at. It's so easy. It is so tasty. And you get to customize the flavor profile. For one, you know, you can do something that you can't find a nut mix of in the store. Or maybe it has, you know, nuts in it that you don't like and you don't want. We've done this twice now. And the first time it was good. I was like, okay, yeah, these are good. I like these. But we just did it for the second time, and these slap. They are banging. And I think some of it, a little bit is, and all credit goes to the lady, by the way. She's the one coming up with the seasoning blend and actually doing the roasting and all of that. So all credit goes to her. But I think she just got a little bit better at it the second time around. So the actual cook that happened during the roasting process seems to be a lot better, because they're just a little bit more cooked through, I think. Because when you roast nuts, they get a little bit more brittle, and there's less moisture in them, right? So they kind of like crack and break away rather than being kind of like soft and mealy. And we're working with pecans, walnuts, cashews, no peanuts because I can't have peanuts, no almonds. So obviously you can use whatever you want, but they're not all going to cook the same. And the first time we did it, the seasoning was pretty basic. It was garlic powder, onion powder, salt, pepper. You know, basically like Dot's pretzel kind of seasoning. And I don't know how she came up with the seasoning blend for this second batch of nuts. I'll have to ask her where she got it from, because she told me the seasoning blend, and I was like, what? It is a very, very bizarre sounding combination. And I was on the inside, I was skeptical, but I was like, you know what? She's taking the time to make these. Obviously, I'm gonna eat them even if I don't like them, because it's part of like my meal plan or whatever. I'm gonna make sure they get eaten even if I don't like them, and if they're just okay, obviously I'll still get through them. Like, we're not gonna waste them, all that sort of thing. And I wasn't necessarily thinking that they weren't gonna be good, but I was like, this is gonna be odd. Like, there's no way that this isn't odd, right? Well, it turns out they're amazing. And I am shocked beyond belief. So I'm going to tell you what the seasoning blend is on these mixed nuts, and tell me if you think that you would like this or not. So we started with the same base. A little bit of garlic powder, a little bit of onion powder. Obviously, those two things are very, very strong, so you have to use them very, very sparingly. So there's a little bit of that. There's the salt. That's like the base. So that's like what we did last time. And then in addition to that, there is soy sauce, rosemary, paprika, which doesn't have a lot of flavor, and cayenne pepper. So it has all those things on it. And when she told me that there was rosemary and soy sauce, those two the most, in my brain, I was just kind of like, I don't know if that's going to work. you know? But it is really good. There's like a little bit of spicy kick from the cayenne, and cayenne is pretty transparent for me when it comes to like spicy stuff. Like it has heat and not a lot of flavor, right? So you can like, you know, you can add it to things like chocolate and things that do have a strong flavor profile, and it doesn't like get in the way. So the prevailing flavor is this mixture of the soy sauce and the rosemary, because those are like the two strongest flavors out of everything that's in there. Obviously, you could get stronger with the garlic or the onion if you used more of them, but we use them very sparingly because they're so potent in powder form. And I've never, ever in my wildest dreams heard of or thought of rosemary and soy sauce coming together. But it works. And then there's like the spicy kick underneath from the cayenne. It's really, really good. I love rosemary and I like soy sauce, but I just would never have thought of them going together in a million years. And then also spicy. Just a little bit spicy. They're not like super, super spicy. It's really, really good though. It's going to be tough for me to not eat these nuts faster than I'm supposed to. And yes, I realize that I just said these nuts. You know, that's for free. You can have that. Because I get like my limit for these is like I have like a little scoop in the container that's like a quarter cup, and that's like my daily limit for those. I can't eat more than that in one day. Because we're doing like a nutritional experiment this month, and we're trying to like calculate certain things, measure certain things, avoid certain things, make sure that we include certain amounts of certain things. So that's like my go-to for any type of like raw nut or roasted nut, any type of nuts, because there's like certain like good like fatty acids in nuts that you want, but if you eat more than a certain amount, you're kind of like either wasting it or it's not really helping you. Kind of like protein or like fresh fruit, you know, where like it's good for you to eat fresh fruit, but if you eat like a whole bowl of fresh fruit, you're not, you know, you've gone over the limit. You're supposed to eat like a really, really small amount of it to get like the good nutrients and not just like store a bunch of sugars that you might not necessarily need. And it's hard to do that because it's so tasty, you know, like I could eat a whole container of raspberries in like 5 minutes. It'd be no problem. But really I should only eat like, you know, a quarter cup or a half a cup or whatever it is. And nuts are like that too. Okay, we're gonna fight this dragon again. I think I'm just gonna lead with something that I know is gonna work. So let's lead with white for Riku. We'll start with buffs right away. And then for Yuna, we'll probably lead with Songstress so we can get haste out. And then Pain, we're gonna want to do ice with warrior, because she has her ice sword ability. We can't use magic, but it is weak against ice, so ice sword is going to be the move. If we can get really, really set up with buffs and stuff and healing, we could try to flip either Yuna or Riku to warrior as well, so that we can have more than one ice brand or whatever it is going. We could also potentially experiment with the accessories that give us ice inherent attacks, but it would be at the cost of HP and MP, which probably isn't a good idea for this fight. So let's just try this first. I think this will be fine. This guy can dish out a lot of damage, but that's like his only gimmick.
Look, sir, Troy.
That's it. That's the clip. Thank you, Brack, for the 200. Alright, Canis Firmus and Protect. And immediately Ice Brand. We're gonna spam it. Battle Cry. Shell. If we die again, I probably won't do Shell because it decreases the potency of my healing. And Riku's dead. Phoenix down.
This is the part where you get hurt.
Holy crap, man. I wanted to try to get to the point where I'm hasting and maybe go for slowing him down, because he's really fast. But he's not letting me get there. He's really fast. How you doing there, little guy? You done? I heard the sound. Yeah, you are done. Man, that was fast. Good job. Alright, let's hit Yuna with some life. And I need to move the little guy really quick here. So let me just pause. I'll be back in just a second. Or actually, Gobi's being really annoying, so I'm just going to go ahead and feed the puppies. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alright, and we're back. And we got to spin the wheel for MN. I forgot. So, we're going to flip back over to the big cam, actually. Welcome back. Engage the music here for a moment. And let's go over to the wide shot. So we can let her rip one time. I forgot to flip the mics. There we go. All right, so this one is for MN Retro Gamer. Thank you again for that Prime sub and the raid. First spin of the day, so pink and orange are locked. Let's see what we've got here. Ooh, just barely snuck in for an orange wedge, which is going to unlock a snack tasting. No puppy time for you, but now orange wedges are unlocked for the rest of the stream, and we'll do a snack tasting. Let's try to win this boss fight, and if we win the boss fight, we can celebrate with a snack tasting. That's what I'd like to do. So, let's come back over here. Pause the double music. And we got to get the wheel off the screen. Okay. Let's see if we can get our heads back above water here. We're staying on the damage. Trying to get some health happening here. Come on, ladies. Ah! The Kiraga went off, but she died. I guess that's something. Keep laying on the Ice Brand here. Now, Yuna... No, she's not dead. She just got interrupted. I forgot how much health this thing has. We scanned it in the previous attempt, but I kind of forgot to pay attention to its HP. I was more interested in the other stuff. Alright, come on. Let's get this Canis Firmus up. Let's do let's do breakdance. Oh no, not stop, dang it. I forgot that. I thought that was the slow one. Stop isn't gonna work on him. Slow might not work either, actually. He's immune to a lot of stuff. So this is gonna fail. Yeah, he's immune. Don't kill her. Thank you. I'm just gonna preemptively do another Cura. That was the right call. Okay, Yuna, give us haste. Gobi, lay down. Stop staring at me like that. I just fed you. That's crazy for you to be looking at me like that. Alright, let's get another Protect on. See if we can just stay above the threshold here. We'll just flip between curing and buffing. Keep the haste going. That seems to be good. We're not going to worry about trying to inflict slow on this thing because it's probably immune. There's some kind of like weird latent effect of that breath attack or a status. Dang it.
I'm gonna miss you.
Does that mean this is going to kill it? No. Okay, Yuna died again. Oh, and then we beat it. Okay, that works. Yo, Kayla, welcome in. How's it going? Delil ear? Did you see a puppy in the bottom corner? Did you see a little puppy ear? That happens sometimes. Oh, and it's guarding a chest. What could it be? And the little guy, y'all probably can't hear it, but the little guy is going crazy mode on the xylophone in the next room. We need to bring back Yuna. I love RPGs where dead is a status effect. Just like further reinforcing that like death is only temporary in fantasy worlds. Like, oh yeah, I've come down with a case of being dead. I'll have to, you know, take a few days off work and come back to life and get over it. Alright, we took care of the nasty, mean lizard guy who was minding his own business in this cave and is probably native to this region. But now we can have our capitalist concert event out here in this place that is clearly not meant for it. Been a bit sick this week. Feeling a bit better today. Having a filthy kebab. Nice. Love a filthy kebab.
We're landing. If we cram any more people on board, this thing is gonna fall out of the sky.
Who all is on board that's not normally on there? What? Okay, sure. Is this going to be our stage? What is brother doing? God, he is the weirdest guy ever. Is this the cost is correct? Wait, is that from something? What is that from? That's like a what's the comic artist's name? Like Homer Pyle or something like that. It's like one of those aliens talking about The Price is Right. I feel like that's what I remember that from. Is one of those comics.
Hey, we brought in people from New Yevon and the Youth League.
What is he? Look at him.
I hope our audience behaves long enough to listen.
Hey, the crowd is acting kind of funny.
Let me pull the video up.
Once I find a good little stopping point here, we'll do our snack tasting.
Uh-oh, this could get messy.
I'm feeling something chocolatey today. Why could this get... Like, what is going on? Oh, right. They invited New Yevon people to come hang out with Youth League people. What an amazing idea.
I'll pick up the audio.
The Yevonites are here too?
In order to boost concert attendance, we decided to invite 2 rival gangs. Oh my god.
What I want to know is where'd Nuge go? It's his fault that Spear is falling apart. What kind of leader abandons his people when they need him most?
That kind of sounded like Dan Castellaneta. Brothers calfed up on Red Bull? Something. He does give very, like, Amsterdam red light district vibes.
Yeah, but...
Like... You know, like Central European guy who parties really, really hard.
Right, let's do it.
He's tried every drug. Every alcohol. So... We needed Tobley to help plan this concert, but what exactly did Tobley do in order to help us prepare for this concert? And honestly, further, what did anyone do to prepare this concert? It seems like we've told people that there's gonna be a concert, and the people have gathered in order to see it, but like, that's it. Alright, let's save one more time here. We're going to do a snack tasting, and then we'll see what the heck is going on with this musical number. I'm feeling something chocolatey today, so I think we're going to pick a chocolatey snack. But we've got a bunch of options, so I might need your help deciding. Let's go back over here. Let's go back to the cozy music. Let's see, is that loud enough? Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. Let's grab the snack box. We'll set aside the savory stuff for today. So let's see here. We've got all 3 of these snacks are chocolatey. I was thinking we had one other chocolatey snack. One second. Something get moved. Oh, that's how. Okay. I do have a couple other chocolatey snacks, but they are in the staples box because they're things that I have tasted before. These are all never tasted before. So we have a very fancy chocolate bar with coconut, dark chocolate with coconut, 72%. This is my personal favorite chocolate bar brand that I've ever had. Jelena or Helena, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. It is from Canada. They make a really, really good one that has espresso beans in it. That might be my favorite chocolate bar that I've had. And then working our way down the fancy ladder towards plebeian, we have a Tony's snack, which Tony's is great. We love Tony's. Great company focused on ethics, which is very important in the chocolate industry. But this is like a side product of theirs that I've never seen before or had. We typically have bars from Tony's. We had one not too long ago, actually. These are Lil Bits. And they come in 2 flavors. They're milk chocolate covered bits. One is crunchy caramel and the other one is buttery cookie. This was a gift from Lazy Luca, if I recall correctly. Wonderful IRL friend, artist for the channel, and lovely community member. We love Lazy Luca. And then further down, almost all the way at the bottom of the plebeian end of the scale, we have some Hershey's pretzels covered in their classic cookies and cream blend. As much as we might not want to admit it, I think Hershey's lays a lot of stake to the claim of inventing the cookies and cream flavor combination, even if they didn't actually. But that cookies and cream bar is a very iconic 90s moment. I remember how big of a deal it was when white chocolate came out, and the Hershey's cookies and cream bar was soon to follow behind. And I had a lot of those back in the day. I actually think I could probably still enjoy one of those, unlike a regular Hershey's bar, which just tastes like a chocolate candle, even if you try to hide it in a delicious s'more. But the idea of this being mixed with a pretzel sounds very interesting. Obviously, white chocolate isn't even really chocolate, and I'm not a huge fan of white chocolate, but when it's used in a way like this, where it's balanced with something a little bit saltier, because white chocolate's super sweet, that helps balance it out. Love a chocolate colored pretzel. Obviously this is a little bit different, but I'm a huge Oreo fan, which is kind of the impetus behind the cookie and cookies and cream. So UK-EU requires twice the amount of cocoa solids for something to be called chocolate. Interesting. And that makes it sweeter, not more bitter? I would think that the cocoa solids would make it more bitter. And that the US chocolate would just be like pumped full of sugar. So that's interesting to me. I would think it'd be the other way around. What do we want to go with? I think I want to try these Tony's bits. That sounds really accessible right now. It'll also be kind of fun because I'm assuming from the outside we won't be able to tell which one we're going to be tasting. I'm sure they look all the same on the outside. It's also nice because it has a little resealable zipper here, so I don't have to eat it all in one sitting for them to be fresh. So let's just get a couple of these out of here. And let me switch back to the roaming mic so I can come up there and show you all a close-up. There we go. Before they melt in my hand. So here's a look at the packaging. I'm assuming these probably come in at least one other flavor, but I've never seen them before. Here's what they actually look like in hand. Just looks like a, you know, Whopper or something. But very different on the inside. All right. They smell good. They just smell like chocolate. I don't smell any of the other ingredients. Definitely a little bit of that sour note of the milk chocolate with the... and it smells very Tony's as well. So that's the caramel one. The outer chocolate layer is quite substantial as far as like the ratio. There's not a whole lot of that inside bit there. That felt like a pretty small bit of caramel surrounded by a pretty large radius of chocolate. Let's see if we can find one of those buttery cookie ones. I think that was the caramel again. Oh, That was a different texture. So that was probably the cookie one. I didn't really taste it though. You taste the chocolate, but only our dark chocolate is bitter. Well, I'm extremely partial to dark chocolate. I like the more bitter leaning stuff. Okay, so the consensus on these is they taste like chocolate, and the cookie ones have a nice little crunch and texture to the center, but it doesn't really have a flavor. Or at least once I've got the flavor of the caramel in my mouth, it's not enough to overcome that. The caramel flavor is pretty good though. I'm not a huge fan of caramel. It can be really overpowering and oversweet for me, so it's got to be used sparingly. And this is a pretty good balance for me, especially for milk chocolate, which is kind of oversweet for me too. I can already feel that like burning sensation in my throat that I was talking about earlier from the milk chocolate. But overall, pretty good. It would be way better if it was dark chocolate, obviously, which I will probably say every single time about anything that's made with milk chocolate. But at least it's decent quality chocolate, being that it's from Tony's. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't even go near it. It's not cloudy, it's not waxy. Ooh, that was a good one. That was a larger piece, and I'm gonna take that to mean that the larger pieces have larger centers and aren't just a big ball of chocolate with nothing in the middle. All right, let's get this zipper action happening here. It doesn't want to line up. There we go. All right, those will go great in some ice cream later. Maybe not later today, but later in life. Thank you for joining me for that snack tasting. Let me clear this away, and we'll get back to it. Man, this song is good. Almost good enough to make me want to play Paper Mario Color Splash. Almost good enough. Alright, back to Final Fantasy X. It's time for a concert, I guess. Brother is pacing around like a man whose pregnant wife is in the delivery room, and it's the 1950s, so he's not in there. I have no idea what Buddy just said to me. Alright, on with the show, Toblee. Why RP? The age-old question. God, this game is so weird. What is it, Gobi? Why are you looking at me like that, huh? You think I'm gonna absent-mindedly feed you again or something if you look at me like you haven't eaten in a million years? Even though you ate like less than 30 minutes ago? You're very cute, I'll give you that. But never how RP. People always ask why RP, but never how RP.
Before the time of sin,
Look at all these people out in the rain for Unipalooza. How is this being amplified? No idea. Is the rain a problem? Apparently not.
Spira's great mistake. Out of the rift left by this terrible conflict, sin was was born.
Gobi, stop. Go lay down.
Spira has shaken off its unhappy past.
You can't just sit there and stare at me. Go lay down.
Now,
That's crazy.
Spira grows brighter with each passing day. That light is our strength. I don't want to see it.
Play the song!
Do you?
It's supposed to be a concert!
There are so many of us. Each
Ooh, there's like a million people here.
sometimes disagree, and arguments will happen. But our hearts can and should always be one. Believe with me.
What?
Even if we are torn apart, our feelings will unite us.
So, okay, I think that's Len's voice. So we're supposed to be, like, embodying the spirit of her somehow, because I guess she was a songstress whenever she was alive. God, this game's so weird. We're going full girly pop. This is crazy, man. This is the gonna tell my kids this was Final Fantasy X moment. This is so wild. I can't get over this. Imagine you're like 8 years old and you just finished Final Fantasy VI and it blew your mind and you're so excited thinking about the future of Final Fantasy. You're such a big fan of the series, you can't wait for what the next one looks like, and you sit there in your race car bed in your famous baseball player and rock star postered bedroom, wondering, man, I wonder what the 11th Final Fantasy game is gonna look like. And then some futuristic person just apparates into your room and shows you this. And they're like, this is what you have to look forward to. This is crazy. We're literally just watching a music video. There's like, you don't need to make an AMV for this game because it's in the game. And apparently Shuyin plays keys in like a George Jetson kind of way. Oh, we're singing a duet with our possessed self. Okay. Sunaj, were you 18 when Final Fantasy VI came out, or just when you played it for the first time? Or I guess those could be the same answer. I was just imagining, like, a little kid when the game came out, you know? Having a super malleable impressioned experience with it. Okay, so does the crowd see Len? Or do they just see Yuna? No. Yeah, I was saying you're a little kid that just finished Final Fantasy VI and you're ruminating and pontificating about the future of the franchise, and somebody apparates from the future and shows you this. Well, that was definitely something. Is that the name of the vocalist, Kayla? I'm assuming.
Yuna. I'm all right. I'm fine, really. It's past now.
They did both. Okay.
What did Shinra say?
He said it might be some kind of, interference with the sphere waves. Uni's dress sphere and the sphere screen reacted with each other, and, the consciousness burned into the dress sphere was projected onto the screen. Or something like that.
Wow, I like how they hand wave their own explanation.
When I asked, he said, I'm only a kid.
It's Len.
So her outfit is more than just an outfit. It's like a dress sphere, which is like, we don't really know what that means fully. And it contains the consciousness of a previous person that it represented, I guess. And of course, that being was able to project themselves as a hologram and has also possessed the wearer of the dress sphere. Oh yeah, Riku and Pain just kind of watched that happen. Riku practiced the choreography with us, but she wasn't actually part of the show. No big deal. And of course, Pain would never debase herself to something as uncool as performing music. I don't know why I'm resting. You were 4... Wait. You played 4 when you were 6. Got it. As far as FF plots go, this isn't that much worse than time compression. Let's unpack that. I agree that Final Fantasy VIII is probably, without a shadow of a doubt, the messiest plot of a mainline numbered Final Fantasy. However, I feel like the reason why time compression sucks is because the explanation sucks. And just because it's like hand waved. Which is very similar to the hand wavy explanation of what just happened with Yuna. But the way that this game did the hand waving was like humorous and like broke the fourth wall. So it's like extra silly. Whereas the hand wavy explanation of time compression is more just like a confusing, muddled mess that wanted to be understood, but wasn't for, you know, like whatever reason, like rushed development or 3 devs that sat in locked rooms like Martin Luther and didn't talk to each other or whatever it may have been. But the result on the player, I guess, is similar, but I would also say pretty different. And this is not this is not heading towards me defending Final Fantasy VIII, because I would never do that.
Was a magnificent melody.
Silly.
The onlookers were all quite enchanted.
If it brings spirit together, even a little, then I'm glad.
Indeed, I believe it shall. As you sang, not a soul could help but realize the folly of their tiresome squabble.
Wow, that was a powerful performance then.
Fists once raised in anger became...
Also, you forgot to spell time compression with a K. Oh yeah, it's a nice little song. I mean, yeah, it felt like a 90s Disney movie just ended. Very vibes.
You know Len?
Of course. Would you like to hear?
Yes, tell us.
How did Machen get on board, by the way? Why are we not asking that?
Popular songstress in Xanagant. The talk of the town, you might say. In a more
She was a very popular songstress 1,000 years ago in Xanarkand, but we've never heard of her throughout the course of Final Fantasy X.
And her talents did not allow such a thing to be. You see, Len's gift for singing was matched by her genius in the sun.
Oh, and of course she was also a summoner.
When the Machina War began, all summoners...
Yeah, this is a silly loose game, which is the main reason why I have a hard time reckoning with its labeling as a Final Fantasy.
Nonetheless, she was prepared to lay down her life to protect her people. Yet there was
We get it. Len was Yuna but 1,000 years ago.
Yes, he would do anything to save her.
And Shuyin was Tidus but 1,000 years ago.
Len's lover.
Shuyin?
I don't know. His name has been lost to history. Whatever his name, the youth endeavored to steal the enemy's Machina weapon and save Len. However...
It didn't go well.
The lovers met a truly tragic end. Those images we all witnessed...
Yeah, I do agree that they each fit their respective game's vibe. There's no doubt about that. For better or for worse. But that is an interesting point, High Electrical, that the theme of time compression like fits thematically with some of the other themes in the game. That's a cool interpretation.
I can kind of understand how he felt. Trying so hard to save someone.
We get it. The stories are a parallel.
I was the same. Trying to find some way to save you.
That was enough. Knowing that you were on my side.
That was a nice thing to say, Yuna.
I'll always be grateful to you.
Maybe Len felt the same way.
We're vicariously napping through Yuna, Kayla.
He struggled to save her. He fought till his very last breath for her. I think that Len's final words might have been happy ones. I love you.
Yes, there is a connection. But wait. Everything is all wrong. He never heard. The one person she wanted to tell, he never heard her words.
What do you know? It's LeBlanc's game. They want to see Yuna. I'll have them wait in the engine room.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I hate the most about Final Fantasy X, Sunaj. That really soured my whole experience. I really hate the way that Final Fantasy X ends. It kind of like cheapened my whole experience unnecessarily, in my opinion. What is otherwise a really good game with a really powerful story, in my opinion. Up until some of the stuff that happens at the end, which I guess is like par for the course for a Final Fantasy, depending on who you ask.
What have we here? Looks like a transmission, but it's pretty weak.
What is?
I'm getting signals from the comms field we dropped in that hole, but I can't seem to connect.
Oh, we've got a security feed in the far plane as well? I love how people can just enter our ship whenever they want. Inexplicably. Oh. That doesn't seem good.
Inconceivable!
Impressive machina. An invention like this could change the world. Whoever came up with this is a genius.
I don't remember that, Sunaj. I'd have to take a look, but my memory of FF10 is not good, especially when it comes to details.
I'm a genius too for fixing it. Anybody home?
Gipple!
I've pretty much only played every Final Fantasy game one time throughout various courses of my life. I've never really like fully replayed any of them. So it's just a mix of like how recent was that and how many like streams or let's plays of them have I watched. And how closely did I pay attention to them.
Walk up to it without freaking it out.
Or making it mad. But I've got a
Noogie Woogie.
doesn't work?
Death will be my apology.
So this is a recent video, because Nuge has got his walking stick and his messed up leg.
What about LeBlanc?
Where's Barrel Eye?
Well, she...
Why did it cut off like that? Just when he was getting to the juicy bits!
Not my fault.
What a piece of junk! Forget it, I'll go ask him myself.
What about the Goldwings?
I think that we should help out Nuge. But first,
Help him with what?
I want to try talking to Shu Yin. I have to tell him how Len felt. I'm sure he'll understand.
How? We can't exactly make
What reason do we have to believe that Shuyan didn't know that Len liked him back? He talked about her as if they were like together for a really long time. It's been a while for you too. You think you beat FF10 in 2005 or 6? Yeah, I probably completed around the same time. Automod grabbed tit tape. That's awesome. That is true though, Kayla. There's no way that would have worked otherwise. Okay, that was all of Chapter 4. So Chapter 4 was really short. So maybe that was kind of like an interstitial chapter and we'll be able to, like, maybe we'll have more freedom again back in when we're in Chapter 5, or maybe you just only get freedom in the first 3 chapters and now we're like railroaded because there's actually like a plot. I don't know what to expect with this game. Certainly not trying to predict anything. What a great place for a conversation.
Look at Spira. It's a total mess.
Shall we go check things out?
I don't know if we have time.
Well, let's play it by ear.
It would be so loud and so cold and impossible to stand up. Chapter 4, here comes the plot. Save again.
We know Vegnagun is in the deepest reaches of the far place.
What does Shinra do when he needs to go potty? How long does it take him to get out of that thing?
Yeah, but which one?
Does he have a butt flap?
And one in Jose Temple.
Don't forget the Comlands, the cave at the bottom of the gorge.
And the hole that Vegnagun opened up in the Bavel Underground.
Okay, so we're recounting where all the holes are. God. I hate Brother. There's literally no reason for his character to exist other than to just be the most irreverent and silly thing ever. Oh, it's a still suit. Okay, interesting interpretation. That could be. So he's a never nude. He never has to take it off. Oh, so we have to literally tell him where we're going? We don't get to go there?
We got a message from Besaid a little while ago. Looks like Lulu finally had her baby.
Oh, okay.
Let's go see them.
There's a message from Kilika too. Apparently things are getting a little messy.
More bickering?
Sort of. Now it looks like they're bickering over the fact that all the bickering stopped.
That's such like a British comedy joke. What the heck? Excuse me? Everywhere is a hot spot. Look under your seat. It's a hot spot. Oh, okay, just kidding. Unless you're Bavel, Calmlands, or Gagazet. Holy smokes. A 5-star? Whew. Okay. Well, we're back on the map. So that's exciting. I want to see something really quick. By going back to the bridge. So we still have to tell Brother where we jump in. I'm assuming some type of lockout will happen when we do that. And we should, like, explore the map first. I need to run another ad. To kill the pre-rolls and to use the restroom. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. And then we'll jump into some map stuff and go check out what's going on in Chapter 5. I'm glad we're not still railroaded. Or at least it seems that we're not. Maybe something happens and we are railroaded in a way that I can't see. But we'll find out when we get back. See you in a few minutes. Thanks for being here.
This game's winner is Yoshi.
All right, Yoshi clinches. That's the sound of clenching. Different type of clinching, but Yoshi knows how to do both, apparently. That brings our score to 6-4 after 10 rounds. Samus almost pulled off the comeback of the century. Still one more round to go with these combatants. And then we're going to be switching over to Link versus Kirby for the next 11 ad breaks after that. If you'd like to pick some combatants with 1,000 channel points, you can do so, and we'll stack up a matchup for after Link versus Kirby. And we can just keep picking characters all the way until we've made all the matchups if we want. All right, no movement in the overall standings. Still holding steady. 9th for Yoshi, 7th for Samus, provisionally. Back to the game. The absurdism simulator continues. We're going to head back to the map and check out some locations. Our freedom has been restored, or so it appears. I think the first thing I'd like to do is check out the 3 locations that aren't hotspots, so we don't get locked into anything. We've got a 1-star, a 3-star, and a 4-star. So I guess we'll check out the 1-star first. A new Yevon. Praetor Barrel Eye still missing, but it looks like New Yevon's remaining members are holding the party together. Interesting that we know where Barrel Eye is, but we're not telling anyone, I guess. Again, I don't really understand why we're not allowed to tell the world what's going on. Also, I love the implication that the tension around the world between these 2 or 3 large factions with differing worldviews has been assuaged by Yuna singing one emotional song in the rain. It was that powerful. She did like a one-person We Are the World, and just kind of like brought down the thermometer of the whole planet a few degrees. Pretty impressive stuff. Especially for someone who's only taken up singing in the last, like, 2 years. Isn't Barrel Eye the second Praetor of Yevon to propose to Yuna? I would assume so, unless there's another one that we don't know about. Because, yeah, we had Seymour in the first game. I don't think there were any other suitors.
Hi, Maroda. Aren't you a member of the Youth League? What are you doing in front of New Yevon's headquarters?
Actually, New Yevon invited me. More like begged me, really. The chain of command here has fallen apart. Now they're scared Bavel will be left defenseless. They're so desperate to keep their numbers high, they'll take anybody, even them.
This guy sounds like we have Charlie Sheen at home.
Why, I was just saying how lucky we are the fearless Kinderguardians are here. Now go on and get back to your rounds, soldier.
Oh, okay. See you later, Lady Yuna. Kinderguardians! Move out!
Kinderguardians.
Yeah, they're turning into a regular Kindercore.
Well, at least they're having fun.
Yeah, because that's the most important thing in Spira, is having fun.
Of course, some people stay the same no matter how.
Yeah, the Beatles fumbled when they made All You Need Is Love. It should have been All You Need Is Fun. What pop star living now would he most likely to achieve a similar reduction in the heat of the global political climate? Would be most likely to achieve? Oh. That's a good question. Susan Boyle. Wow, I haven't thought about that name in a long time. That was quite the moment. I guess it's hard to know, right? Like, as one person living in one country, it's hard to know the effect that a particular event has on your own country as a whole, much less the entirety of some other country that you don't live in and have basically no connection to. But as a pragmatic realist, I find it unlikely that any person singing a song could ratchet down the entire world, or even the majority of the world's I don't know, evil? I don't know what the all-encompassing term I'm looking for is. Because obviously the forefront example is something like We Are the World, and obviously, you know, that didn't really do anything to improve anyone's material conditions or anything. It's just like a famous emotional moment and call to peace. But what if it was a really, really good song? I mean, yeah, I guess we've never heard a song that good before, you know? Maybe someday we'll hear a song that good. But if it wasn't Freddie Mercury belting it out at Live Aid, you know, like, how are we gonna top that? So there's a teleporter there that goes somewhere. Let's see what else we can do here. Let's head up here. So they're not so subtly just being like, hey, we don't have a leader. Be kind of cool if you were our leader, Yuna. Boy, wouldn't that be something. Oh, we've never been up here before. This is new. Okay, the electrocutioner accessory. The hypno crown accessory. Okay, thanks. Thank God for the mini-map. Where does this go? Oh. So this changes the settings of the other lift? Okay, so maybe after changing the setting and going back to the other lift, I can go to a different place? It's very confusing when the minimap lies and makes it look like you can go somewhere because it's rendered on the minimap, but you can't actually go there. No, it still goes to the same place. What would be the point of that? I was thinking maybe there'd be a way to move that other lift out of the way so that I could continue down that path. Well, for now, let's save again and we'll see where this teleporter goes. So naturally, by traveling to an area that says there are no missions, we have found a mission. Well, I guess it didn't say there were no missions, but that's happened before too. Via Infinito? What did that say? Closeter Zero? Is this some kind of like multi-floor procedurally generated super dungeon? Sounds like a Guado.
you?
This place was
Maybe it's just a really, really old.
until a man named Tremor came and unlocked its secrets. Into the depths, alone he descended. Never did he return.
Okay, this is very much giving bonus dungeon.
Nice story.
About this Tremor, he... Hafe? Let's get out of here. Okay.
Wait, what just happened to Riku? Oh, and that person turned into a sphere. Yeah, we'll go ahead and watch it. That's nice that we don't have to go back to the ship.
What did you see?
As soon as we went in, they became violent. Everyone. It must have been the Fireflies. They swarmed around us, too. So many Fireflies. We saw it. That apparition.
Start making sense.
It was a machina. An enormous machina. It trembled and growled. Like a beast.
Okay, I feel like they're either trying to like build up a super boss, or they're talking. I guess they could be talking about Vegnagun, but I don't think so.
Regret. Despair. Same here. I can't explain why, but I felt so sad. Yeah.
This might match a description of one of the super bosses from 10, and I just don't know enough about them. And it's like we're supposed to be suspecting, oh, this must be whatever or dark whatever, like a palette swap of one of the super bosses, like we had in the Dark Aeons.
Is that all?
Because this is back in the past. We can tell it's the past because of Nuge.
Protect the Maester until the operation has concluded. That is your first mission as Crimson Squad members.
That's right, they're called the Crimson Squad.
What, we passed?
Congratulations.
All right. We did it.
Yeah, we did.
Run! Run!
What? That was weird. This looks like a dead end. Oh, no, there's a hole. Oh, okay. Just drop right in there. Within this labyrinth, fiends will appear despite any special abilities or equipment you may be using. Oh, great. Yep. So this is some kind of, like, super bonus dungeon. Well, I might need to save and reset to get out of here. That's a Tonberry. No thank you. Let me just poke around a little bit more. Oh, what is this? Return to the surface. Yes, end quickly. Okay, so this must be some kind of like bonus dungeon that you don't want to come into unless you really have your ducks in a row. Which we definitely don't. Oh, there's more people here now. Oh, right, they're the ones that were inside when we went in there. Okay, well, we will save again and go back to the airship. The only optional stuff that I'm really interested in is stuff that gives me a dress sphere. I would like to get all the dress spheres. But obviously, without looking it up, there's no way to really know where we're going to find those, so we kind of just have to go everywhere and poke around. And if we don't find them all, that's fine. We may have missed some already. So now Bevelle has converted to a hotspot. Interesting. And I'm assuming it's 5-star because of the bonus dungeon that we just opened up. I'm a little bit concerned about 3-star, but we'll go check out the Calmlands nonetheless. Calmlands have turned into a tourist central. I hear there's some sweet benefits for people who help promote the travel agencies. Oh boy. Sweet benefits. Can't wait to find out what those are. That's right. We kind of forgot to talk to people because I assumed that the ship sailed on this. We talked to like 3 people. Maybe asking strangers to find a wife for your son isn't the smartest thing. Gee, yeah. My son finally stood up on his own 2 feet and to go out and look for a wife. Because that's all there is to life, right? He's finally done figuring out some things you gotta do for yourself. Alright, we got an elixir. I'm sure we would have got something way better if we had actually found somebody for him. Maybe there's more than 2 outcomes as well. An elixir seems like a pretty low grade reward. But whatever, I don't care. I'll find out when I beat the game what I missed. We also haven't done anything for these agencies. Because I just don't really care. It's weird how everything in this game being a minigame makes the, like, random dedicated minigame area seem extra trivial. And even less attractive. I also can't explain why we're not running into battles. I thought there were random encounters here. I don't have the charm bangle on, but we have not been running into random battles. The only battle we've done all of today in the, like, 3+ hours of streaming is just that boss battle against the lizard. Alright, how does this stupid game work? Maneuver a lizard through the course, avoid fiends. Faster you finish, the more credits you can win. But, like, all you can get are these lame items. It's so lame. Like, why would I play this minigame for these terrible rewards? Oh, you can only publicize one team at a time? My god. No, I don't care. I don't care. I forgot that I was even supposed to be publicized. No. Oh god, I accidentally said I wanted to play the game. How much will I wager? Oh my god. Okay. What am I supposed to do here? What? No, this game sucks. My god, get me out of here. Where's my sense of pride and accomplishment? I don't know, but it hasn't shown up to any of these streams. Listen, we've done a lot. I've done a lot of really goofy, kooky, random stuff in this game. I've subjected myself to quite a lot. We had that horrible gun minigame. That was a highlight. Okay. Let's check out Mount Gagazet, even though it's 4-star. I wonder if Elder Kimahri's handling the Ron so well. Well, let's see what he says. 10-2 is a weird place for you. Some of it lands so well, some of it is so bad. It's a lot to unpack. Like, for me, I think the most concise assessment is that it's a game that didn't do a good job of like telegraphing what people should expect and like setting the expectations for the game. Like that's my feeling. Like, even if you were a person that like saw all the different TV commercials and read all of the like magazine interviews and whatever leading up to the game's release, like, maybe that person had their expectations properly set going into the game. But for like the average person, I really don't feel like they did their due diligence in explaining to the public what this game was and what it wasn't. You know, and in retrospect, like, more people can play the game and learn about it and hear about it, and the right people will find this game and enjoy it, and the people who won't enjoy this game will be able to, you know, very easily avoid it. All that sort of thing. That's not a problem now in hindsight. But like at the time that the game was like leading up to release and shortly after release, I really very strongly question their marketing decisions and a great many other things. But they did what they did. You were 18 when this game released, and the opening video weighed very heavily on you trying it. Well, yeah, we've circled back to this many times throughout this playthrough because, for one, it bears repeating, but also it's just such a prescient point. It's such a big part of like the argument for and against this game, you know, because that seems to be the main discourse around this game, is like debating its right to existence, right? And just the choice of having the marketing be centered around a red herring that later on kind of like ends up not being a red herring after seeming like a red herring is just so weird. It's so strange. And maybe I'm an outlier, but I just feel like there's a ton of expectations created by just calling the game Final Fantasy X-2. You know? Like, if you don't know anything else, you're left to imagine something, right? And a title like Final Fantasy X-2 is going to lead you to imagine a great many things, none of which are this. So, like, if you're going to call the game that, it's on you, the marketers or the publisher or whatever, to come out and be like, okay, this is what this game is, and this is what it isn't. And we watched all the commercials before we started this playthrough, and the average person, that's going to be the only other supplemental material that they have to go on aside from the title and the box art. You know, the average consumer at the time, Final Fantasy gamer at the time, wasn't necessarily reading magazine articles and interviews, and there wasn't this like online discourse to siphon like there is now. There was only so much of an information pipeline, and obviously the commercials were going to be the most pervasive ones. And there's so little to glean from those commercials. They're all very similar, but they're also like incredibly misleading about like who is in the game and what happens in the game. There's like no gameplay shown whatsoever. It doesn't really seem like the gameplay is far and away the most fun part about the game so far, like the battle system. I can't figure out where Kamari is, so I'm just gonna leave. But they didn't really include that in the marketing hardly at all. I think there was one trailer that showed a battle scene where somebody changed from one dress sphere to another, and there was that like magical girl moment. But pretty much every single one of the commercials is just either the opening cinematic, what can I do for you, or it is the cinematic with Shuyin and Len running from the soldiers and getting shot in front of Vegnagun, which obviously everybody seeing the trailer is going to be like, oh look, there's Tidus and Yuna, you know. Okay, so let's go to one of these 1-star hotspots. It looks like we have two choices. We've got Guado Salam and we've got Luca. Guado Salam is presumably where LeBlanc folks still are. So let's go there second. Let's go to Luca first. Oh no, Blitzball season. Oh no. I do not want to play Blitzball. I'm literally not going to play Blitzball unless I absolutely have to.
The day that Blitz freaks across Spirit have been waiting for is finally
Blitz freaks.
That's right, folks. Blitzball season has begun. Wow, is it that time of year already?
How much time has passed?
I wonder if Waka and the gang are here.
The Aurochs aren't coming. I hear they've got their hands full with babysitting.
Aw, they should have just brought the baby along.
And guess what? They want the Gull Wings to compete in their place.
What can't we do? We're pop stars. We're world-saving summoner gang. We are Sphere Break tournament winners. We're just like a jack of all trades celebrity. I do not want to play Blitzball. Blitzball can suck a big one. It's so boring. It's so slow. Please do not make me play it. I would play Tetramaster for 10 hours to avoid playing one Blitzball match. I think Blitzball is dreadful. I'm immediately leaving. But yeah, the tone is really the biggest takeaway for me, Sunaj. Like, I can't get into the tone of this game. Like, I get what it is, I see it, I understand it. It's like this irreverent Looney Tunes kind of energy. But it's just not what I want, and I don't think it's ever going to be what I want. Especially not what I'm going to want from a game that calls itself Final Fantasy. Like, I love a silly little guy in my serious game. I love moments of levity in a serious game. I like silly games, but I'll never get past the relationship between the core concepts and like the name of the franchise and like the expectations that have been set for me. Like, if the game's called Final Fantasy, I expect a litany of different things. And one of them is an overarching premise that is more or less serious. And that the game has moments of levity, and it has comedy, and it has silliness and goofiness, but it's less than 50% of the entire video game. Probably more like 70-30. And maybe that goes for all RPGs? I don't know. They're playing our song. The title screen song. I thought they were just hanging out in the forest waiting to die. They changed their mind. They're on a reunion tour. Like Def Leppard or something. We ain't dead yet. We still got it, even though we don't. Also, the Guado are back? Inexplicably?
There could be no sweeter melody.
Oh, it's Trommel.
It is as if this music delivered the Guado from our unhappy fate.
God, he looks like a tree.
Reviled by all of Spira, most of my people decided to forsake Guado Salam. Those of us who remained until the very end eventually tired of our miserable fortune and fled to Makalania. We went to wither away together with the woods. That is when we met our musical friends.
Oh, they met these guys in the woods.
They too were prepared to fade away with their beloved.
Okay, well at least they're speaking to that.
Yet hearing them perform, I felt a quickening in my blood.
A quickening?
I was quite moved. I could not stand by and let such exquisite music be extinguished.
He could not let these people die who were ready to die.
Decided to bring them home to Guado Salam. Not a single Guado objected. It's been many years since I've seen such solidarity.
You're too talented to die. Stop trying to die. Stop dying and come with me. And keep being alive while talented. Hopefully they're happy to be here. Hopefully their perspective has changed as well. Let's find out. Alright, yeah, it sounds like they're into it. Okay. Well, good for them. What is this line for? Oh, I love how we get to cut because we're a celebrity. We can just go inside. Oh, these people are lining up to star in Tobley's show? Okay. Oh, there's a chest in here. Ooh, Kaiser Knuckles. That's another really good thing about this game is there's a lot of like little nods and references to other Final Fantasy games. Which every Final Fantasy game usually has and should have. So it's checking that box. I don't think you have anything that I want. Ooh, actually, protection against petrification would be good. That's a pretty dastardly one to come up against. I think they did, Kayla. I think they did call us a young tart. Which isn't too far off, because Yuna's gun mage outfit does look like a wild berry Pop-Tart. So she kind of is a young tart, at least in that outfit. Add sleep to skills. Why is this so expensive? That's not worth it. Adding poison to attacks would be pretty sick, though. This might be worth investing in and giving to Pain. It's just so hard to give up HP and MP. It's a bummer that we can't do something to unlock more accessory slots or do something to like permanently raise our HP so that we don't need those. Or obviously we don't need them, but like we're not so reliant on them, I guess I should say. Still can't go in here. But all the people standing around snooping trying to get in are gone. Still can't go into the far plane. Or we can't go in via this door, but we could just go jump in a hole. I could go to the far plane if I wanted to. You can't stop me. Alright, let's go see if we can talk to the Syndicate. Yeah, sphere hunting is so chapter 1. We're over that now.
We probably shouldn't just barge in like this.
Why not? We always do.
If they didn't want us in here, they would have locked the door.
Great logic, Pain.
Logic a little backwards. Anything goes for the gull wings.
Yeah, we do whatever we want because we're famous. Main character syndrome. Hell yeah. I don't know what that noise was. Maybe the lady came home early. Okay, LeBlanc is not in her room. She's everywhere and nowhere. I love how this room is set up for a feast at the drop of a hat. Like this table with like all the flowers and fruits and foods and stuff, it's like it's always ready to go. The buffet is always open at Chateau LeBlanc. Yep, sounds like the lady's home early. I don't know why I'm coming back down here. I don't know what I'm expecting to find. But I guess I never really know what I'm expecting to find in this game, but we always manage to find something. Also, whose room is this? Is this Ormy's room or Logos' room? It's got a bed, it's got a TV. Nice little sitting area. And then this is like the ultimate gamer chair here. It's probably Ormy's room. Seems like the type. Okay, we're all done here. So despite this area being labeled as a hotspot, we didn't really find anything here that was more significant than what we found in Bavel. Alright, so where are we going to go next? I guess we'll look for a 2-star? Do we have a 2-star? We went to Luca. We went to Guadosalam. No, we don't have any 2-stars. It jumps up to 3 immediately. So we got to go to Besaid, Kilika, or Xanarkand. Besaid is like Luluwaka. Kilika is wait, which one is Kilika? I don't even remember. Before the final battle? What? What kind of talk is this? That's awfully presumptuous. I haven't been given any indication that a final battle is imminent. So that's really weird to see. That super boss is being mentioned in the desert. Presumably the same boss. I feel like these star ratings are, I guess, just telling me that I'm super under-leveled. Well, I guess we'll go to Besaid next. Actually, let me remind myself what Kilika is. I'm getting Luca and Kilika mixed up in my brain. Oh, okay. Sorry, I've got it. Kilika is the Arnie Village lookalike. Seaside floaty dock town. Okay. Oh, balloons. We may have to find somewhere where we can get encounters so that we can do some leveling up. Because we may just be kind of behind. There's been a lot of times where we have turned off encounters just because we were getting annoyed and we wanted to focus on story progress. And we haven't really done any, like, concentrated training in this game at all. It was just like, oh, well, we're gonna take every encounter that we get on our way from place to place, and that's, you know, we'll pay attention to the AP that we're earning or whatever. But we weren't just, like, running around in circles and taking encounters to farm stuff. The old regenerating chests. Gotta love it. Why are there balloons? It's such a jarring thing to see in this aesthetic. Speaking of training, I'm going to switch us back to our desired... Oh, wait a second. Why is my auto ability no encounters? Oh, I do have the charm bangle on. I'm such an idiot. Okay, I'm going to remove this thing. Because we need to start taking some battles. I thought we had the whatchamacallit on. The one for MP. Let me get that back on. There we go. Gold Bracer. And it looks like we need to upgrade everybody. Hypno Crown. That's a Final Fantasy VI reference. Adds lightning and water elements to attacks. Oh, cool. That's new. Nullifies gravity damage. Very nice. That could be useful. Strength by 50? Whoo! We might give that to Pain. That could really help with training. 50 points is nuts. That's absolutely nuts. Or I guess we could also give it to Riku because it would allow her to stay thief more effectively, and her thief attacks would do more. That could also be interesting. Let's try that. So now she has more strength than Pain as a thief. And then we'll upgrade Pain to the Gold Bracer. Where'd that go? There it is. 60% MP. But we still only have one Mithril Bangle, right? The 60%. Pretty sure. Let me make sure that we didn't, like, pick one of those up when I didn't notice. Yeah, only one. If we see it purchasable somewhere, I'll definitely go for it. Squalor monkeys. Why are they called squalor monkeys? Oh, they're called squatter monkeys, and she said it wrong. I see. How many squatter monkeys have you brought me? Let's see. 0, I think. I love how that's how we find out that it's a quest. So I guess I need to round up monkeys for her. Oh, I cannot go that way. Okay. I'm assuming the monkeys are in, like, the woods north of the village here. Continuing along this way. Or actually, wait, there's some people here I didn't talk to. I gotta make sure I talk to everybody. And make sure that you don't have a mithril bangle. We have a wonderful collection of accessories. And garment grids. We're still missing like 5 dress spheres, though. We must have missed some already. Oh, a scene. Everybody wants to go in the woods.
Let me go to the temple. I want to see my sister.
This road is closed. I can't let you through.
What's wrong with wanting to see our family?
I love that logic. This road is closed. I can't let you through. But the reason that the road is closed is because he has chosen to close it, or chosen to enforce it being closed.
Get you your order from the High Summoner.
Me?
Your song opened our eyes. All that
Your song.
was so pointless. Please, Lady Yuna, guide us now as you did then.
My man is wearing a clamshell purse around his neck. That is a vibe. He wanted a fanny pack, but he doesn't wear belts.
Make way.
Yeah. I'm a celebrity. Let me through.
Sis, I'm coming.
Everyone just sprints through. Make way.
Let's check it out.
So this game is teaching us that if we're famous, we can do whatever we want. We can go anywhere we want. We can use our pretty privilege to take and to obstruct. Why do they not want these people to go into these places? I don't understand.
Songs are powerful.
Yep, all of this because of our song.
What you felt? No, not me. Len.
Still don't have control. Oh, what's Donna up to? Butt shot. Okay. Well, of all places for us to start getting encounters, this is one of the most annoying. I'm gonna look around and see if I can find some monkeys, though, I guess. Oh, these guys are fine.
Goings at your service.
Pain's supposed to be Berserker. I forgot to fix that. I need to double check the ability screen too. I forgot what we're working on, and I want to make sure we're not working on something that we don't care about.
No holding back now. It's all or nothing.
Yevon's Finest. What a name. Oh hey, Yuna learned something. I guess the Yevon's Finest name is like a reference to like the US Marine Corps or something. Okay. Abilities. We just learned Non-Purell. Raise Strength and Accuracy. Shell and Protect. That's definitely really good. But I think we want to go for one of these instead. Damage one enemy. What a basic description. Is it like 150% of normal damage? Is it 200? Is it 400%? Does it ignore a defense stat? Like, why would I use this instead of just my regular attack? You gotta give me more than that, video game. Damage one enemy. That's nuts. We're gonna learn it, I guess, so we can test and find out. Okay, what are we learning on Thief? We're still working on Borrowed Time. What are we learning as a Berserker? We're still learning Counterattack. It's been so long since we've gotten into battles. So I'll take every encounter that's not the big armored guy. If it's just the big armored guy, I'm just gonna run from it. I'm mostly interested in AP here, but I feel like we do probably want a little bit of experience. It seems like the game is trying to tell me that I'm under-leveled, which I probably am. The way Riku just lays down there is so funny for some reason. So completely dead. Such a dead lady pose. But in like a very unceremonious way. Something about it is funny. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and run one more ad here. This will be the last one of the day. Go use the restroom again, say hi to the lady, since she's home already. And I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here, y'all. Oh yeah, and this is the last bout between Yoshi and Samus. So here we go for the final score.
This game's winner is Yoshi.
Okay, that'll close it out. Our final score between Yoshi and Samus, clocking in at 7 for Yoshi and 4 for Samus. Samus had an exciting run there at the end, trying to make it interesting, maybe claw it back, but it didn't quite work out. However, at the end of the matchup, Yoshi still firmly outranked by Samus. Samus sitting in 7th place, Yoshi in 9th. Yoshi did move up a little bit throughout that matchup. But we're going to switch characters now, so let's clear out our fighter cards and reset our scores back to 0. Because we're going to be bringing in Link in the red corner and Kirby in the blue corner. They'll be facing off for the next 11 ad breaks here on the channel. And let's take a look at what that matchup looks like. Link is currently ranked 6th overall. So firmly in the middle of the pack there. The middle of the pack is opened up a little bit. It was really, really tight for a while. It's still very close, but it's not as close as it was. Let's see here. 5th, 6th, 4th, 5th, 6th. Yeah, 4th, 5th, and 6th is a really dead heat here. They're all 6-point-something average score. But there's a drop-off from 6th to 7th that goes all the way down into the 4s. And then above 4th place, in 3rd place, we have a 7.2, an 8.6 in 2nd place, and a 9.4 in 1st place. So the gaps between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd and 4th are pretty significant. But 4th, 5th, 6th is a pretty tight heat there. So Link might be able to, at least temporarily, jump up past Pikachu and or Ness if he can get some good wins against Kirby, who is ranked 11th out of 12th, just barely above our other punching bag, Jigglypuff, who has never won a matchup. Kirby has won 2 matchups, but still manages to be in 11th place. So that's kind of interesting, because we have some characters that have only won 1 matchup that outrank Kirby overall. But obviously, your overall points score is much more important than your number of wins. The number of wins doesn't really mean a whole lot. It's more based on the overall points. So that's what we can look forward to. Let's go ahead and set up our next matchup. Or actually, no, we don't have to worry about that, because we're not running any more ads today. So I'll just leave that as it is. Let's get back to the game. Cool. All right, we're back. And we're looking for monkeys, I guess. And farming AP. And seeing whatever else might be here. I feel like there's probably some kind of scene or... Oh, hello. It's just a chocobo. That's never happened before. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in that situation. I don't know what I'm supposed to do to make the chocobo stay. We've never seen greens of any kind. That's the first thing that my brain jumps to, is that I need to throw greens at it. I don't know what we would do if a chocobo decided it wanted to be friends with us. We don't have a way to ride a chocobo or a stable to house a chocobo. We're all poisoned. Oh, we've got darkness as well. Oh god, I should have been going after this thing right away. Oh, but they can do that. Oh, this is a disastrous combination. Yuna's dead. get her back up. Pain can't hit anything. Come on. Get out of here. Riku does so much damage, it's pretty great. There we go. I was trying to get out of the battle without spending a whole bunch of time healing because I knew we were close. Well, at least they give out Phoenix Downs. They also give out Star Pendants because they're like, hey, we do the poison thing. So, watch out. But I'm just going to stubbornly whack everything. And burn up potions. Because we will almost undoubtedly earn potion funds at a faster rate than we spend potions. I haven't really been paying attention to the gil earn from these fights, but I'm just going to assume that that's the case because they're so cheap. I'm going to go ahead and go up to the temple and we'll see what we can run into on the way back. Because I think there might be a mission up there. Please just don't hit me with poison and darkness. I don't care about AoE magic. Oh, I'm accidentally spamming Cure because of cursor memory. Whoopsie. Oh, there's the poison smog. That is so annoying. Okay, good, we got through it. But those both persist after battle, so we gotta do something about that. That makes this a pretty annoying area to train. So probably wouldn't be our pick. If we do decide to grind somewhere, I will definitely shop around for like a convenient encounter that I can just like whack over and over and over. Even if it's not the most AP or gil or whatever. More interested in something where I don't have to like farm healing after every single battle. The balloons.
You're okay.
Why would she not be okay? I don't understand what the threat is here. There's like these two areas of town. There's a town and then there's a temple with a forest in between. And for some reason they weren't allowed to come to the temple, but we don't know why. Like, oh, hey, it's Bartello. God, he runs like an idiot.
You haven't seen Donna, have you? Everyone's here except her.
What do you mean everyone's here? There's a whole town full of people.
I was afraid of that.
What? Just go home, dude. What? Why can't you just go to where she is? What? God, what is anything? A balloon. What? What? He jumped after the balloon while screaming his girlfriend's name. And then there were Looney Tunes crashing sounds. Okay. Sure. Would expect nothing less from this game at this point. Alright, what's going on up here? I don't even know if we've ever been on this screen before. Looks vaguely familiar. There's a party happening inside the temple. Okay. Great. That makes sense. Oh, you're a shop. Okay. Just randomly. Alright, well, I guess I'll refill my potions while I'm here. Ooh, a Mega Potion. That's actually a really good get. I'll always treasure that balloon. I don't know if you've ever had a balloon before, ma'am, but they're pretty hard to keep around forever. Just saying. It's a pretty, not a common family heirloom, let's say. And I keep forgetting that I need to talk to everyone twice. Talk to me, kid. Talk to me. Don't they know balloons are, like, terrible for the environment in large quantities? Alright, apparently there's a party going on inside this temple. Let's go check that out. Or actually, wait, can we go in these side rooms? Oh, we can. The NPC pushed me away from her while I was in conversation. That was funny. This is so annoying. Like, they, like, create this, like, artificially tense situation where the people at the temple and the people at the town are, like, separated from each other, but then we're not given any reason as to why that is. All we know is that there were just two guys standing in front of gates, keeping them closed and saying no. But, like, was there some kind of, like, threat or, like, misunderstanding of the existence of a threat? Like, why were these two halves of the community separated from each other arbitrarily? It just makes the whole thing seem random and unnecessary. Just like everything else in the game, I guess. Things are getting a little too lively here for my tastes. What a sentence. Oh, there's one more chest in there that I didn't see. They're very camouflaged sometimes. That's pretty much all I'm interested in. I just want items and dress spheres. I don't really care about garment grids. I've got more than I'll ever know what to do with. I'm sure there's like some really, really good ones that I'll inevitably not find. But whatever. And even though I probably... Oh, he mentioned Zayon and Unaleska. That's surprising. I would like to get all the dress spheres, even though I probably have already missed at least one, if not more. But I've got to imagine that there's at least one more that I can find that I haven't missed. Now, let me do a save here. The little guy's getting prepped to go to the pool. Little guy and the lady are going to go to the pool. Proceed with caution? Okay. Yo, welcome back, Spec. No worries. Sorry to hear it. We've just been chilling over here. I cannot say what fate awaits you beyond this door. That's pretty much exactly what the last person said to us. Oh, there's a hole in there. Okay, so that means that this is going to be like an Aeon fight. Well, if I had a better memory of Final Fantasy X, I'd probably remember what Aeon we got at this temple, and then we could assume that it's probably them. Let me go hit a save point, and then we'll check it out. If it's super hard, we'll just bail temporarily. Yeah, I just saved right here. Okay, well, we'll go check it out. Just see what it is. Or maybe this is just one place where we can jump in and we've already fought an Aeon here and I forgot. I don't remember where we fought all of them. We did Ixion, we did Ifrit, we did Yojimbo, we did... what's the other one we did? This game is such a blur. Ooh, a chest. The Cat's Bell. Why does running into this make the controller rumble? That's so random. Turbo Ether Wizard Bracelet. Some of these I think are new. Let's check them out real quick. Let's see here. Cover HP while walking. MP while walking. Oh, cool. So those go together. Alright, what fresh hell awaits us in here? Oh, ugh. I didn't like those little invisible leaf feather things. So this is just a hole? We've already been here and fought an Aeon? I remember we fought Valifor. Was that at the Vegnagun location? No, it wasn't. That was Bahamut. But I know we didn't fight Valifor here. Because Valifor was like the first one in 10, which would have been like Besaid or something. Can I jump in here? No. Okay, interesting. So they kind of psyched us out. They were like, I cannot say what you will encounter. Making it sound like there's some like really dangerous threat. But we just found items and a hole. Maybe there was something here before and we missed our chance to encounter it. See if he says something different now. Nope. Or who knows, maybe that's an allusion to the fact that there's a random chance of it appearing and it wasn't there when we walked in. I don't. That seems unlikely, but nothing in this game seems likely. So I don't know what to think. All right. I want to go back to the town, and I also want to look for monkeys in the woods, so I'm not going to teleport. Or I guess I don't necessarily want to go back to town. Or, no. Yeah, I do. I want to go back to town, but I want to look for monkeys in the woods first. If we don't find any monkeys, that's fine. We'll at least farm a little bit of AP and EXP. Hopefully we don't see too many of those poisonous floating kidneys. They're pretty annoying. I could deal with the poison, but the darkness as well is a lot. Everything's happy again. Celebrating getting back together. I don't understand. What am I missing here? Why couldn't they just have those gates open? Alright. We'll finish scouring the woods here. If we don't find any monkeys here, then they must all be in town. Alright, take care of this watcher. The dolmen. These guys look threatening, but they seem to be just doing regular attacks. So we take those. And we are dishing out some serious damage. Oh, that's right, they can do stone. We got poor old Yuna. Press on without her. Hopefully she gains EXP and AP, but she might not. Nope, she doesn't. Darn. And she's the most behind, too. Alright, we'll have to make sure that we don't finish the battle with people in stone. Okay, go for the Taramite first. Get it out of here quick. Before it can do Poison Blind. And these guys are just a one-hit KO. I think they can do Poison as well, but Darkness is the real roadblock. How did Yuna get 3 levels behind Riku in Pain? How did that happen? We haven't finished that many battles with a character dead. Skill issue. Wow, Lisa coming in toxic. I'm gonna have to return fire on a Wind Waker stream sometime in the future for that egregious offense. How are you doing? Oh, not me. Okay, never mind. I take it back. You're safe from my wrath. For now. Where are the monkeys?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's go for the cats first, because they can do instant death. I'd rather deal with poison than instant death. Even though I can kill the bee in one attack. Oh, they can do sleep as well. And there's the death. Okay, luckily he did the 1 HP thing. Alright, nice. We got out of there unscathed. You're good? Alright, that's good. That's good. We love good. Good is here. Good is great. We'll just potion. We just restocked. And we will continue to do so. There we go. And we need a new ability for Riku. She finally learned Borrowed Time. Oh, not equip. Ability. Let's see here. She's only got 1 left she can learn. Do we want to switch to something else? I really don't want to do anything else with Lady Luck. I don't like it. So yeah, I guess we just max out Thief and hope that we find something new. How are the baby and the lady? They're doing great. Little guy's been very energetic today. He usually takes like a couple of cat naps or like 1 big nap pretty much every day. And today he had like 1 short little like 20-minute cat nap, and other than that he hasn't slept at all, which usually means that he's like protesting his naps and he's like tired and cranky, but like forces himself to stay awake because he wants to like play with stuff or hang out or whatever. But today he's just been jamming, firing on all cylinders, lots of energy. He's been a happy little clam today, and the lady's doing awesome too. It is Friday Eve, which is a very exciting time to be the lady. They just went to the pool. They just got all greased up and changed and walked down to the pool to go hang out. Wait, what did this guy say? A chocobo.
All yours, Yuna. Where are you going?
I honestly don't know what you're supposed to do with chocobos in this game. They just show up sometimes. We've never seen greens. Alright, I feel pretty confident. Wait, what was that squeaky sound? Is that a monkey? Nima, stop barking. Okay, that's definitely a monkey. I found a squatter monkey! Wait. Okay, so I had to like listen for it and then press X. I couldn't actually see the field model at all. That's very unexpected. I don't feel like I've heard that anywhere else in these woods, though. Why would there only be one? I love how these cats are just kind of like laying on the ground and chilling, and then we just start whacking them. Like, who really started this encounter? Are we misinterpreting the intention of these cats? Potion time again. Nima, please. We just realized the other day that one of our neighbors is just like gone. You know, we don't interact with our neighbors really hardly at all because we're millennials. But we have these neighbors on one side where we think that like a certain person like bought the house and moved into it, and then they just kind of like moved out and moved someone else into the house that was in their family, and then like just kind of like swapped it, kind of a thing. But like they still owned the house. They didn't like sell the house to them or anything. They just like basically gave the house to their family member, kind of thing. And we don't know this for sure. That's just our best guess because like the person that we met when we moved in, because they moved in around the same time as us, just like disappeared after a while, and the only other people that we saw at the house were like that person's parents and like his like niece and nephew or something. I don't know how they're all connected. So we just assumed, oh, he must have just moved out and like gave the house to his parents or something. And we just realized, like, or at least I just realized like the other day that like I haven't seen anybody coming in and out of that house for a while, and it just kind of like dawned on me because it's a very common target for like dog barking, you know, because they'd be like out on the patio talking, which makes the dogs bark, or the kids would be playing in the driveway or, you know, across the sidewalk in front of the house or whatever, which, you know, makes the dogs bark. And it just kind of like dawned on me the other day, like, that hasn't been happening. I haven't seen them out and about. And like they show up on the front door camera a lot because they walk in front of the house or whatever. I'm not spying on them. I just get the alerts. Yesterday, we saw a different one of our neighbors that lives like a couple of houses away, mowing their lawn. So that kind of like confirmed that no one's there. And so now we're trying to figure out if they're just like on a really long vacation as a family and they're coming back. Or if they've just like vacated the house for some reason. Because the house is not like for sale, or if it is, there's no sign in the yard. So Bartello and Donna are fighting, but we don't know why. Yeah, it's kind of odd. Kind of odd. And we're not trying to be like snooty, gossipy neighbors about it. We just noticed. We don't really care. They've never like bothered any of us or done anything. You know, they're nice people. Oh wow, he referenced Orin. I think that's the first time anybody has said Orin's name. Why would Bartello be pining and bemoaning and reaching out to Orin? I don't even recall them like specifically interacting. Another rogue random controller rumble. Don't know why that happened. Give someone a balloon and they smile like a little kid. I don't know if that's always going to be true. Whew, a little bit of lag there. Look at this guy just cheering. Yeah, that gate is open. It's still open. Yeah, it's still open. They're keeping it open. People are really starved for entertainment in this realm. Hey guys, did you hear that lady who saved the world 2 years ago is going to sing a song in the middle of this rainstormy place that looks incredibly gloomy and no one would ever want to go to? Oh, really? Oh, we should go congregate there and fist pump for like 3 weeks until she shows up. Oh yeah, that sounds great. I'm going to go too. People got nothing going on. Can see why they got into sphere hunting. Y'all heard of these newfangled things they got called videos? You can watch them. Instead of just standing here and staring into oblivion, waiting for someone to talk to you. You've got a what's he doing with all these balloons look on your face. I mean, you said it, not me, dude. I want to know why the balloons only come in the 3 primary colors of red, yellow, and blue. It really clashes with the color scheme of this island. Where do they get helium in Spira? What is the helium supply like in this universe? How is it stored? How is it distributed? Where do they get it from? This does not seem like a civilization that would have access to canned, pressurized, tanked gases of any kind. If they had anything, you would assume that they would have scuba gear based on what kind of a community this is. You know, they'd probably be diving for fish, various other resources that they might be able to use or admire. I would think helium would be pretty low on the list if they even had the necessary equipment and acumen to harness it. But of course we're asking entirely too many questions of this game that demands that we don't ask any. We were wrong. The balloons helped us see that. This guy wasn't touched by Yuna's song that touched the world, but it was the simple yellow balloon placed into his hand. I have got to screenshot this text box. That is iconic. Okay, that's saved forever. Oh, sorry, that's a lady. Oh, I gotta... How do I jump over to this little boat? There we go. I love these little balloons just tied to the boat to remind you, you can go over here. Balloons are the key to world peace. Yeah, if only we could figure that out. It's so simple. Alright, we're going to go back to the airship. Where do we want to go next? I guess... I don't know why that... Oh, wait. Shoot. I should go back there and talk to the lady now that I found one monkey. And see if she gives me anything. There's got to be more than one to find. Episode concluded. Bartello's always out waiting in front of Donna's house. Okay. Whatever that means. I'm going to go talk to the monkey lady. I forgot. We found one monkey. Exactly one. What was I saying? Oh, look at that dog trying to run into that box. Okay, she's over there. How do I get over there? Up here? Oh, no. Not up here. This way. I wonder how many there are, though. There must be many more of them in the woods, and they're just... I gotta do a better job listening for them. If she gave me a indication of how many there are. Keep looking, they're out there. Alright. Yeah, that's not enough motivation for me, lady. Sorry. Obviously, I'd be crushed if I found out that the reward was a dress sphere. But it's gotta be a garment grid or an accessory. Didn't know I could do that. The joys of just holding circle arbitrarily. Random jump down spots. Okay, well I guess we will look for other 3-star locations now. Besaid is 3, which is kind of where we were thinking about going. They want us to play Blitzball and Luca, but I really don't want to. What's going on at Mihen? Oh, Ren's investigation, right. Okay. What about Moonflow? Another concert. Okay. This is weird, because we went here and we met the musicians, but it says that there's still more to do. And then Xanarkand is also 3-star. This text box is really throwing me off. Want to go take another look before the final battle is so weird. Like, the game has not given us any other semblance that, like, the end is near. So that's just really throwing me off in a really weird way. Let's go back to Guado Salam really quick and see if something else happens. We've had this happen a few times where, like, you have to leave and come back to continue, like, triggering things.
I am quite aware of Lorenzo's hatred for the Guado. If they were to attack tomorrow, I would neither run nor hide. If they asked to talk, I would talk. Were they to take my life, I would give it willingly.
Wow.
Not the Ronso. They don't want bloodshed.
Except for Garrick.
Because their elders are on top of things.
That is auspicious news. The Guado, too, must choose a new leader.
What about you?
Preposterous. I will never be remembered for anything but my service under Lord Jiskel and Lord Seymour.
Oh, that's who he was.
Quit your belly aching! You'd make a fine leader!
You guided us to salvation without any concern for your own safety. You show resolve worthy of a leader.
But my strength came from your music.
You're wrong. The music only helped you unlock your own inner strength.
You're wrong. The music was Space Jam juice.
Really think so?
It was just water.
Work these old bones as best I can for my beloved Guado.
We don't even know how many other Guado there are. Like, how large of a body is this guy even leading? Oh, God. Just what we need. Someone who speaks in rhyme all the time. Episode complete. That's weird because we didn't get a text of that at the beginning. Now we get booted back to the Celsius. Beep, 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 beep. Save again. Some of the voice actors sound similar to characters in WoW, World of Warcraft. I guess I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, this is around the same era, and the voice acting community has always been super insulated, but even more so in these early days. There are a lot of famous voice actors in this game that are in like a lot of other stuff, like cartoons and stuff, so wouldn't be surprised if World of Warcraft tapped similar voice acting pool to like lend credibility to their game rather than grab less experienced unknowns. Okay, so now Kilika is marked off, which unfortunately probably means that we have to play Blitzball to get this hotspot marker to go away. God, I'm not looking forward to that. Maybe we'll do that at the top of the stream tomorrow. Let's go to Mihen now and see what's going on with Rin. I have a feeling this will be another little short and sweet conversation-based one. Our proprietor, Rin, is presenting the results of his investigation into the High Road's troubles of late. Would you mind accompanying me to the travel agency? Not at all. Oh, and we're just here. Okay. I like how casual everybody is. Like, we did this epic one-song concert that literally changed the tone of the entire world. And then this lady's just sitting here like, oh yeah, I was at your concert the other day. It was nice. You know? You'd think that, like, as soon as we walked in the room, she'd be like, oh my God, it's Yuna. You know? But she's just like, oh, hey, I was there. Yeah, that was cool. Changed the world. Nice job. Why am I here? Where did that lady go? She asked us to accompany her. But nobody's here. We probably need to top off our potions. Yeah, we might as well. Rin is waiting outside. Okay, I see. We were asked to go to the travel agency, but not necessarily inside. Look at this cute little chocobo on the counter. That is a toy chocobo. Isn't the craftsmanship superb? I'm afraid it's not for sale. It sticks out like a point-and-click item. Beam bada boom. Ooh, sunset.
I am glad you are all here. I would like to talk about the recent string of incidents occurring.
Yeah, are you going to tell us why any of them were significant? Oh, we caught the little baby chocobo eater. Oh, and we're just done with voice acting. Okay. First, let us discuss the circumstances surrounding the hover crash. It seems that not everyone wants Machina around. Someone has been trying to destroy the High Road's Machina, starting with that hover. Investigation of the new road yielded a vital clue. Marks were found suggesting that someone fell into the ravine below. As you have no doubt realized, someone or something pushed the hover off the road. Additional marks were found on the hover indicating it had been struck. In other words, the hover was attacked with extraordinary force and knocked into the ravine. Now let us consider the runaway drone machina. But then again, perhaps runaway is not the best word. Machina don't just run amok on their own, now do they? My investigation has revealed that the drone machina did not malfunction. Rather, they were programmed to grow violent. Of course, it may have all been the result of pure coincidence. Perhaps the guilty party merely fiddled with the drone machina's control panel after seeing someone else do the same. I am convinced that is exactly how it all happened. I would like to call a witness. This is the pilot of the crashed hover. Surely you saw the one who pushed the hover off the new road? I see. Just as I thought. The witness runs away. Typical witness behavior.
It is clear our guilty party wanted to rid the high road of its machina. Lady Yuna, what do you think would happen if the high road no longer had any machina?
That would be dreamy. We would probably need chocobos instead. The answer he wants is obviously the first one.
That is correct. Travelers would use chocobos instead of hovers. It all boils down to this. The culprit's objective, obviously, was to bring chocobos back to the high road. I recently witnessed a certain party chasing after a gull. This was no playful pursuit, but rather a sincere hunt for food by a starving creature. Hungry, it tried to devour its prey. It, of course, meaning that fiend which craves chocobos. With its main course,
Even though he's just a little guy.
the creature instinctively knew machina are responsible. Destroy them, and the chocobos will return.
Wait, so the chocobo eater acted alone?
Formidable strength to topple the hover. Further, when it discovered the machina's control panel, it somehow pressed the right buttons to
What about the random lady that we saw fiddling with it?
This fiend is truly an impressive creature.
I wonder if there's multiple outcomes to this.
Thoroughly disrupt our daily affairs, even if it was just pure luck. Fiend or not, I admire it greatly for its tenacious pursuit of its goals. In honor of that tenacity, I will use the resources available to me to return
Oh.
chocobos to the high.
This is an unexpected outcome. So wait, we're gonna get rid of the chocobo eater.
The chocobos deserve to live without fear of being devoured.
I guess that makes sense. And then we're gonna bring back the chocobos. What is this scene? We didn't need that. What was that? Majora's Mask moment.
Well, Lady Yuna, is it not pleasant to be rocked back and forth astride a chocobo?
Chocobos seem happier with that fiend.
Why do Pain and Riku have to walk?
So, what are you gonna do with it?
Winyapadan ufa chagufek.
You are better off not knowing. Oh god.
So, a happy ending for everyone. Unless you're a fiend.
Oh, that's right. Pain understands all bad.
Anywho, let's get back to the airship.
Wow, look at her go.
Wow, look at her go. Oh my god. Freeze frame. Sorry for the Sanford and Son jump scare there. From now on, you can ride chocobos on the Mihin High Road. Talk to the hover attendant for more information. Okay. Why would I want to ride a chocobo here? What reason would I have to travel across the high road for the 9th time? I guess the chests have probably respawned. and it would allow me to evade encounters without changing my accessories. But why would I care about changing my accessories if I'm evading encounters? I guess it's just for the joy of riding a chocobo. Alright. Well, I guess we'll just stop here for today. It's a good enough stopping point. I don't think we really have enough time to do another thing. So tomorrow I will be back again playing this game. I'll try to keep my word, and we'll lead off with the dreaded Blitzball game to get that out of the way. And then we'll see what other shenanigans we can get up to before we continue the story. I'm going to try to go as long as possible without continuing the plot, because I want to see what other delicious absurdities this game wants to throw my way. Before we head out, quick housekeeping. We have 2 polls running in the Discord. If you're in the Discord and you haven't voted for some reason, make sure that you've done so by the end of tomorrow's stream. We're picking a new Tuesday game that will come after Star Fox 2, and we are also voting for which tactical RPG moves forward to the next round of the bracket. Currently, Tearaway is leading the Tuesday game poll. So if you are pulling for Rhyme or Psychonauts 2, make sure you get in there and cast your vote. If you've already cast your vote and your favored game is trailing, try to do some campaigning in the chat. Make people unvote for one and vote for the other. Make it interesting. As for the tactical poll, Fire Emblem Awakening has a commanding lead right now and will move forward into round 2 over Valkyria Chronicles if we don't get some major votes coming through for Valkyria Chronicles. So if you want to see Valkyria Chronicles move forward, you got some work to do basically by the end of tomorrow. And let's see what else. Well, let's find a raid target, and then I have 2 more quick things to say that I can just do on the way out. Let's see who we want to go say hi to. Who isn't playing Donkey Kong? Okay. Let's raid Prax. We haven't raided Prax in a while. Prax is playing some of that new Tony Hawk remaster. We'll go see what he's up to. Prax is a very funny guy. Alright. I'm going to go over here, and then I'm going to hit the button. And we're going to head out. The raid started? There it is. I don't know why my little link dump isn't happening. But, yeah, DK Bonanza's out. I am avoiding any and all content until I play it. If you want to buy it for me or help crowdfund it on Throne, you can. No obligation whatsoever, obviously. Use your money responsibly. But if somebody does buy it for me, I will stream it. I'm going to play it at some point. I just don't know when I'm going to be able to get it with how my budget works right now. So it's definitely gonna be a while. Probably at least a couple of months otherwise. And exciting music announcement coming down the pipeline. There's going to be a show announcement probably next week, so stay tuned for that. See you tomorrow, hopefully. And let's go say hi to Prax. Y'all be good.